Allow me to begin by describing to you the natural state of man. No. Socrates Jones, pro philosopher. I always love where it's like, imagine if we said Chipotle like we say Aristotle. Like Chipolotl? Chipotle. I'm I now don't even know what is at Chipotle. Chipotle? Oh. Chipotle. Chipotle. Aristotle. Nah, they both work better as theirs. Chipotle just sounds like axolotl. Aristotle. Aristodes? No, Aristotle. I know about Plato. Ooh, one New York morning. Here we go. I wonder, what are these? Okay, so obviously this is settings. I'm not that dumb. But, do we get notes? Oh, a history. Even better. Is she gonna be Aristotle? That'd be hilarious. Good morning, Ari. You ready for school? Of course. Guess what? We're talking about John Stuart Mill in class today. Oh, is this gonna be a lot of names I don't know, huh? Who? You're kidding, right? John Stuart Mill? No. Oh, I think I know. He's a comedian, right? Moral philosopher. Utilitarianism. I see. He's brilliant. Opened up my eyes to a new way to view the world. Okay. What you got? Dad? Oh, he's really thinking. Dad! What? Huh? Were you paying attention to anything I just said? Oh, someone's at the door. You could tell me about it later. Well, hurry up. I have school in half an hour. Oh, it's not bad. My name is Socrates Jones. Everyone in my family seems to care about philosophy, but I could never really get into it. Ooh, food. Nice. I'm just an accountant after all. Why should I care about the nature of right and wrong? I mean, I don't think you need to be interested in philosophy to know that. Well, hey there. Hi. The name's Billy. Billy the salesman. I was traveling this country selling my wares when I saw your shabby apartment and instantly knew there lives a man who appreciates a good deal. I do. Oh, he might not, but I do. How would you like to hear about the fabulous bargains I have for you today? Okay. Oh, no. What about me? Girl, what are you doing here? I got bored. But I just left. Doesn't mean I can't be bored. Who's this guy? I'm glad you asked, little lady. The name's Billy. Billy the salesman. Oh, he's just gonna... Yeah, listen, we got this. Oh. This is tech speed 1. Infinite. Should we try infinite? Oh, we don't recommend the setting because it turns off most animations. Okay, thank you. I'll put it back to 1 then. Okay, we're hearing him out. I think we should, but you know. If you don't bother to at least listen, you aren't going to get anywhere. Thank you, miss. You won't regret it. Pretty sure I will. Okay, now that feels slow. Okay, Billy, let's hear what you've got. Right. Ooh, presentation. I have a great product for you. It's the best there is. You need my product to do what it does. You don't want those pests around. And that's what I've got for y'all. But you hardly told me anything. Horse feathers, I told you my product was the best, didn't I? What more do you need to know? What? Oh, Ariadne. I know Ariadne. Can't place it. This is all your fault. He didn't tell me anything. What do I do? Well, generally, one goes about getting more information by asking questions. In this case, it's probably most appropriate to ask for clarification. If you can clear up any vagueness surrounding his ideas, you'll be in a much better position to deal with them. Oh, thank you. You're so smart. Good. Most arguments are made out of multiple statements. Be sure to check them all for anything that seems vague. Okay, so what do you think, partner? You buying? Girl, I'm not buying shit. Can I hear your pitch again? Sure. Okay, ask for clarification. I have a great product for you. Okay, what kind of product would that be? Billy's deer repellent. But we don't... Do we get deer in this area? That wasn't so hard. The product I've got here is Billy's deer repellent. It's the best there is. You need my product to do what it does. So what does it do? Why, it only protects you from danger. The danger of deer! And, trust me, you can use all the protection you can get. Well, his argument's much clearer now. Maybe I do need... No, okay. Are you serious? What? Am I wrong? You're very wrong. Dad, you can't just let an argument go unexamined, no matter how clearly stated. Especially when someone's trying to talk you into buying deer repellent. But I got him to clarify everything. What else is there to do? Come on, Dad. In a situation like this, if something seems to be on shaky ground, you need to press for backing. Make sure he can support his statements with foundational ideas. Okay. Can I hear your pitch again? Yeah. Keep going. Press for backing. Okay. So we've got Billy's deer. It's the best there is. Show me your proof. My product does everything better than competing products. Therefore, it is by definition the best. There are competing products? Well, no. But that means, without a doubt, mine's the best. Hey, maybe I should call it Billy's Best Deer Repellent. You need my product to protect you from the danger of deer. Sorry, yeah, back that up. What danger of deer? Well, you never know when a deer will attack. And if you don't have my product, you'll be in quite a predicament, partner. Better to be safe than sorry. Hold on, I'm not sure I buy this. We're talking about deer, right? That's right. As in Bambi? Well, yeah, I guess. I see. Are you really trying to tell me Bambi poses a threat to my well-being? That's gonna take quite a bit of convincing. Bambi is dangerous, partner. He may look cute, but that deer's a little monster. Let me tell you why deer are a menace to our society. Yeah, please, let's go. They eat our crops. Okay. They steal our job. That's a new one. The deer are stealing our jobs. Every year they cause accidents and injuries. True. Why, the only reason you're safe is that I'm here with my repellent. And there we go. As you can see, those dark deer threaten our very way of life. Uh-huh, a threat. You know, Dad, in a debate, you can do more than just ask questions. In fact, sometimes that just won't cut it. Oh, sometimes you may need to challenge your opponent with a counterpoint. some fact or observation which throws a wrench in the presumption his statement is true. For example, the fact deer live in the woods might throw a wrench in one of Billy's statements here. If you find that statement and present this observation to counter it, you should be home free. When you get a useful idea, I'll write it down for you in the idea slate. What is the idea slate? Oh, all right. I'll go ahead and do that then. You need to be careful though, Dad. If you say really stupid things, you'll lose credibility. I don't know why I can't speak. With your audience. Oh. Oh. But wait, hold on. I'm just fact-checking a salesman. Who am I gonna lose credibility with? Me. Oh, okay. Your face is ugly. Great. Thank you. They eat our crops. Yeah, can you tell me about the jobs? Well, you see, corporate sabotage? Corporate sabotage. Okay, they don't actually steal our jobs. I was just being dramatic. Ooh, statement removed. That, yes, I do understand, but I'm gonna challenge this one with... My opponent only believes what he does because his face looks like a baboon's backside.
Nonsense!
Billy, can you tell me where deer most commonly reside? Forests, mountains, and plains, I reckon, right? That sounds about right. And where are we now? New York City. Exactly. So then tell me, Billy, when was the last time you heard of a deer in New York City? It's highly unlikely a deer will show up in any city, let alone New York. Do you really think you can take credit for the fact there are no deer around? But, way to go, Dad. Maybe if we were living in the wilderness, we would need your deer repellent. But as we live in the middle of a city, I hardly see the point. I highly doubt Bambi is going to wander down Main Street. He'd be hit in an instant. Clearly, your repellent is of no use, so I hardly think I need to buy.
Nonsense!
Now listen here, mister. It seems to me y'all are being unfair. I'll admit you have a point, but you are failing to consider all the finer qualities of this here product. Is that so? It sure is. Let me explain to you what y'all are missing. Why my product is still useful to you. Let's go. My product comes in a fine blue casing. Okay. Each letter of the label is hand painted. My grandma toiled over the design. Clearly, my product would still be useful to you. Ari, I don't think I have any evidence to counter these points. You know, even if a point is supported, it may not be related to the conclusion. If that's the case, it really doesn't matter if it's supported or not. The point has no place being presented in the discussion. I think I get it. You're saying in such situations, I should question relevance. Ooh. Well, that's what John Stuart Mill would do. Okay. I still don't... Okay. It's not useful for us to listen to statements that have no connection to the overall argument. If we're discussing economics, for example, it really doesn't matter how well you support the fact purple is the best color. I do love a good, tell me your honest opinion, I won't be mad. And then they get mad. Don't ask for it then. Of course not. We all know green is anyway. Getting back on track. Even if the statement is relevant, questioning can be a great way to see how everything fits together. Okay, we're gonna question him. Okay. Yeah, what is the relevance? Blue is pretty, partner. Okay. Therefore, the fact my product is pretty makes it more useful. Yeah, no. Each letter of the label is hand-painted. Why do I care? Art is craftsmanship. And things being done by machine? That's not craftsmanship. Okay, great. But how does this craftsmanship make your product more useful? Okay, fine. You made your point. Let's move on. Again, how is it relevant that your grandma did it? Quality takes effort, partner, and you're exploiting the elderly. Surely the amount of time my gran poured into it contributes to its value. No. No. Heartless. Just heartless. No respect for the elderly. How many bottles did you make your grandmother paint? Very well. Have it your way, partner. Billy! Don't hurt me. Oh, the yelling is too much for my heart to bear. Relax, I'm not gonna hurt you. Just your sales pitch. Oh, okay, that's good. Wait, no, actually, I don't think I like that. Well, I'm afraid there's no avoiding it. Billy, you are trying to sell me a product based on its usefulness to me, but its aesthetic qualities and methods of manufacturing, while nice, offer no function which benefits me. At this point, you're grasping at straws to convince me to buy your product. And you know it. Well, okay then. Huh? It's been nice chatting with you, but I've got clients to find. There are many fish in the sea, and it's clear you ain't one of mine. Oh, okay, bye. Well, that was fun. Fun? I think you mean infuriating. How much time do you have left before school? Relax, Dad. I'm sure I'm fine. We still have... Oh, negative half an hour. We spent an hour talking to this guy? Girl, you're supposed to be in school. Oh, we're pedaling to the metal. I can't believe we lost track of time. It's all that fool Billy's fault. Billy and his idiotic deer repellent. Now you're going to be late for school, and you'll probably be expelled, and your mother will never forgive me. Not that she talks to me anymore anyway. The best of its kind. Ha! But it's not competing with anything. I mean, what would it compete with? Harry's deer vanisher? I thought it was varnish, I'm not gonna lie. Dad, honestly, people believe they can sell you on anything these days. Wasting your time. The nerve! They think we're a bunch of fools. Dad, and we can just be convinced we should buy a stupid product we'll never ever need. I mean, aesthetic qualities, I ask you. Dad! And we died. Through the looking glass. Hey, look, a new arrival. Do you think he's okay? Of course he's not okay, Rousseau. He wouldn't be here if he was okay. We're in the hospital, huh? What did he say? Maybe he's okay in the spiritual sense. Oh, I didn't think it was possible to feel this much pain. Hold on. He's coming too. Who the hell are you? Who are any of you? Did we die? Hey, buddy. What's your name? Socrates? Sorry, didn't quite catch that. It's Socrates. Did he say Socrates? Oh my god. He's back? Oh! We're the reincarnation of Socrates. Quick, let's take him to the arbiter. Huh? Hold on. What? No. Put me down. Where have you taken me? Great. Hi. Greetings, great thinker Socrates. A demon? Please, please don't eat me. This is not the great thinker Socrates. The great thinker Socrates was much wiser and far more bearded. Yeah, I could have told you that. I don't think he realizes what's happened. Either we're in a coma or we're dead. And the fact that our kid is here, not ideal. Did it hurt you? Hi, Dad. Oh, you are kin to Ariadne Jones? A sharp thinker. We were just discussing the nature of existence. I suppose I should introduce myself. I am the Arbiter, overseer of the intelligible realm. The what? The intelligible realm? The realm of ideas? The plane from which all thought originates? And the final resting place for those who concern themselves with the art of philosophy. The final... Cool. Cool. Do not worry, Socrates. Your presence here is entirely a mistake. You are no philosopher, after all. Your interesting name must have confused the existential sorting algorithm. I must have a word with Turing. God, I know so many names and not a clue what anybody does. This is why I could never be like an expert on something. Sorry, we're gonna get hi. How are you go? My back sore, so I'm putting a pillow. Oh, there we go. Okay. What about my kid, man? Still alive, her knowledge, I am sure, contributed to this misfiling. Oh, thank God. Okay, not that I'm not enjoying this peek behind the mortal curtain, but, what does that mean for us? Well, Ariadne Jones, I suppose it means you can leave. Where did that come from? That wasn't there a moment ago. Right now, in the real world, you are unconscious. Comatose may be more appropriate. But the moment you step through the gate, you will wake up in your hospital bed in New York. In a large amount of pain, but alive. It's gonna be painful. It would be, yes. But you have no need to worry now, Socrates. There is no pain in your future. Oh, I got out of the crash uninjured? No, no. You don't mean... I apologize for the confusion. I said Socrates was not a philosopher. I never meant to imply he was not dead. When you leave, we'll get him filed away to the appropriate afterlife. One involving a lot of numbers, I suppose. Is this a joke to you, Arbiter? No, it's simply the way of the world. You have a life, he does not. There is no way he can possibly leave. But you can't just... He's my dad. Ari, stop, please. But, look, as much as I hate it, I'm not sure we can talk our way out of this one. So, for now, just listen, okay? This might be the last time we get to speak. Will you just know I love you and tell your mother I'm sorry for me, please? Remember to do your homework and water the plants and don't stay out too late and whatever you do. Arbiter, can I talk to you for a moment? Of course. What? Ari, I was... Hold that thought. I'll be right back. I like her. I was saying my goodbyes. This is kind of killing my moment. Well, Socrates, I must amend my initial statements. There is, in actuality, one way out. There is? Yes. An ancient wager set down by the original arbiter and reserved for the best of thinkers. After talking with your daughter, I have decided to offer you a chance at this challenge. If you can provide an answer to one of the great philosophical questions, the nature of morality, one request will be granted. An answer? Yes, a way to think about morality that is internally consistent and compatible with the realities of the world. However, in this game, you are only allotted one chance. And if I find your answer uninsightful, I'm stuck here. Correct. All parties involved must remain here for eternity. But if he is able to find the nature of morality, we can both walk through that door? Correct. Okay, Ari, fess up. What on earth did you do? Not much. I just told him you're actually a brilliant debater is all. Bruv, we just learned how to debate. Ari, I appreciate the sentiment, but we both know I don't know anything about philosophy. Look, it's not like you're going to be alone. I'm gonna stay here, and there are people here who know even more than I do. Just give it a shot, please. Rules really don't stop me from asking others for help. No, they do not. However, you will have to use your own judgment to determine whether the ideas that others provide meet the criteria established. I know I'm gonna regret this. Very well then, Arbiter, I accept your wager. So be it. The door will reopen when you have completed your task. I wish you luck. Well, I suppose I should get started. Ahem. Can anyone here help me find the nature of morality? Damn. What is that? Sounds like an earthquake? Really? I thought it was more like a football game. Now you've done it. Huh? Morality is found in the circumference of the moon. I like it. Let me go. Arbiter, do something. What? Is he not getting help? You call this help? They're gonna tear him apart. Very well, if you insist. Silence! One of you will come forward at a time and no more. Now, which of you thinks they can help this accountant answer his question? Euthyphro? Euthyphro? I believe I can. Ah, of course. Euthyphro of Athens. How do you fare? Quite well, noble arbiter. Who's this guy? Euthyphro was a prominent religious scholar and priest back in ancient Greece. He famously debated your namesake many millennia ago. Indeed, my pious ways were known and respected throughout the land. As a sophist... A sophist? Sophist? The hell is a sophist? Okay. It was my job to educate those who were ignorant, such as yourself. Hey, wait a minute. Yeah, I was gonna say. Listen, my child, and I will share my insight with you. Good is what is holy. My religious studies have given me insight into the nature of right and wrong. Okay, human beings are fallible and vain. They make mistakes. We do know that. A god, however, is a superior being. Everyone possesses wisdom far beyond our own. Thus, whatever God commands must be good. And there you have it. The source of morality is a god? Oh, mankind is flawed. Morality comes from the gods. Okay, yeah. Is there a problem, child? Well, I'm not exactly religious. I see. Poor unfortunate soul, having strayed so far from the light. If you allow your mind to remain clouded, you will never win your way out of here. Clouded, huh? Ari, listen, Dad. Euthyphro's argument benefits from its simple nature, but I can't help but feel he's making it seem more simple than it actually is. Okay, so what can I do? So now we get to ask. Okay. Sometimes by examining an argument closely, you can find assumptions that were previously unstated. I bet you could find something here like that. More information is always useful and can help you get to the bigger issues. Well, Socrates? Is this the answer you seek? I don't think I'm ready to bet my life on the gods just yet. Euthyphro, I think I need to ask you a few questions. All right, Dad, good luck. You got this. Backing. Can you back that up? Of course, my child. A large part of religion is providing moral guidance. Thus, as a priest, I have been often called to give moral advice, hence my insight. Like, what is the nature that you think? What do you mean by that? What exactly are you confused about? You know what? Shut up. I understand your mind is clouded, but I believe my statement is clear. Okay. What are the next one, I guess? Human beings are fallible and vain. Yes. You can be gifted a sub to a that's how I've found a few people is I just like randomly looked at my subscriptions and I was randomly subscribed to random people. I feel like it's a rare thing, but it does happen. Human beings are fallible and vain. They make mistakes. Okay. So back it up. I mean, I know all the mistakes, but like, do you believe men to be perfect? No. Oh my God, you're so stupid. Well, looking at you, child, I can assure you they are not. That's so rude. Okay. What do you mean? Oh, and then you got gifted a sub? Interesting. Human beings are prone to error. They often make incorrect judgments as to what is right and wrong. Is that clear? I'm not going to challenge that. I'm going to challenge God. Sentient beings are flawed and often make bad judgments. Is God not sentient? Like, should we be looking at that? You back up. My child, who is more fit to judge morality, a wise man or a fool? The wise man, of course. And as all gods have infinite wisdom, we should defer to their judgment. Thus, gods are the ideal source of morality. Excuse me. Yeah, what do you mean by we all... Everyone? Excuse me? You said everyone. Your point, child? Well, I've been assuming you're referring to the commands of a specific deity, but, well, which god are we talking about? Oh, gods. Give me the strength to deal with this ingrate. Tell me, huh? Right now, is there a particular god giving you strength? Does it matter? There are many gods. Greek, Hebrew, Egyptian, Norse. There are differences between them, but any would fit the ideas I described here. I see. Good work, Dad. Huh? You've uncovered an unstated part of Euthyphro's views by closely examining his argument. Finding things like this can really help you out. If you don't have enough tools, the person you're debating may just hand you some. Now, get back in there and find the larger problem. Are you telling me this idea is going to be useful? I don't know, maybe? You're supposed to figure this out. Oop. I think I'm already pushing the helping you threshold, dead guy. That's freaking rude. Don't call your dad dead guy. Come on.
Nonsense!
I think I want to fight him on that. If we could stop for a moment, I'd like to clear up a few things. You said different religions have different gods, right? Yes, child. And sometimes these gods have different views. Indeed, piety comes in many forms. Okay. That is something up? I don't know. I may have found a problem here. Really? That's great. Girl, just go do it. Sorry, this is just a little intimidating. What if everyone laughs at me? Just present it, Dad. No one's gonna laugh. They're all gonna laugh at me. This isn't some deer repellent salesman. This is the real deal. Real things are at stake here. Like me. Dad! Just present it. Okay, okay. Euthyphro, there is a problem with your position. Is that so, child? It is so. Look, you claim morality comes from the gods, that we can trust whatever they command is right. But if the gods disagree, that puts your idea in a weird place. You yourself said we can't judge their wills for ourselves, but when different gods think different things are good, what would actually be good? That would make the gods impossible to use as a source of morality. Right? That was lackluster? What? I thought it was a good point. While this may be true, the validity of an argument is not rooted in style points. Despite lacking both flair and vocabulary, Socrates has a valid point, as I believe you already know, Euthyphro. Yes, yes. As I recall, the first Socrates made very similar points. And what? You just decided to ignore them? Like you, he lacked the faith required to see the truth. Your blasphemy will not take you as far as you think. Poor child. Let me show you where you have lost your way. Okay, it's true. Different deities have different desires in my religion and between religions. I admit this may be a source of confusion. However, there are many points on which these divine beings agree. For example, most deities agree it is wrong to kill without cause. Clearly, what the gods agree upon is always good. Is that better, child? Well said, Euthyphro. Thank you. As you can see, my child, the gods overcome all obstacles. What are you thinking? Well, his argument's certainly more nuanced now. But something tells me it still won't stand up to examination. I'm sorry, Euthyphro, but I still have some questions for you. They have different desires. Oh, I get to get, even if I've used them, I get to keep them. Okay. I admit this may be a source of confusion. However, there are many points on which these divine beings agree. So let's get some backing. Be patient, my child. I'll get to it. So the only thing that they agree on is not to murder for sport? It's without cause. That bothers me. What do you mean by that? Oh my god. To take the life of another is wrong. Many gods agree about this, don't you? Yeah, but you're saying without cause. So back it up. Are you familiar with the Quran? Anyone who kills a human being, it shall be as though he has killed all of mankind. And in Hinduism, he who commits murder must be considered as the worst offender. There are countless examples throughout religions. Is your backing just that they don't like death? Why couldn't something the gods agree on be bad? The gods, in their superior wisdom, would never agree upon something that was good. Oh, wasn't good. They would only tell us to do things that would lead to positive ends. To suggest otherwise is blasphemy. Huh? Interesting. Indeed. And if you don't mind, I think I'd like to further examine that idea. If things are good, the gods will agree upon them. But you said that they're only good because they like them. What now, child? No, pull yourself together. You have a point to make. I was gonna say, yeah. Did you intend to speak, child, or did you just shout nonsense for your own amusement? Right. Sorry. Okay. Euthyphro, the core of your argument is that morality comes from the gods, right? Yes. And this is true because gods would only command what is good. Yes? Also true, there may be hope for you yet. Is that so? Because I think you just revealed a major problem in your argument. I have no idea what you mean. Really? Well then, let me ask you one last question. Are things good because gods command them? Or do gods merely command things because they are good? We're making him twitch. Oh, we broke him. Look, Euthyphro, you've said over and over the gods would never ask us to do something bad. That they restrict their commands to things which would be good for mankind. But in order for this to be true, wouldn't the things they command to have to already be good? They would need to have value rooted in something other than the gods. Oh, nice catch, Dad! The fact is, even in a world where gods exist, they could not be the source of good. They would merely serve to point out good things which already exist. Good things that are good because of other things. Excellent point, Socrates Jones. Very clearly presented. I agree, though maybe I should coach you on vocab. Things isn't exactly a scholarly term. Thanks. I think, but I'm most concerned with Euthyphro's thoughts. What do you say, Euthyphro? Are moral actions good because the gods command them? Or do the gods command moral actions because they are good? No. Oh, we destroyed his whole life's work. Just as I thought. You've got nothing. You talk a big game, but you clearly haven't thought your points through. There's no way I could accept this argument as my own. It's too holy. Insolent wretch! I try to help save you, and this is how you repay me? You won't last to win your way out of here, child. The gods will smite you for your blasphemy. Will they, though? Somehow I think I'll be fine. I've already died once, after all. What more could happen? There are no limits on the extent of smiting, just you wait. You will be nothing but a pile of dust, of smolder. A warning to all who dare insult the gods. I believe we've heard enough from you, Euthyphro. Socrates was right to question you. In the end, your philosophy failed to measure up. Go and reflect upon this. Go and reflect. Oh, he's in trouble. An old friend appears. Okay, Dad, regress. Oh, we're learning what they mean. To deteriorate into an earlier state. Okay. Fallacy. A logical flaw. I can't believe I'm being quizzed on vocabulary by my daughter. And qualification? Come on, Dad. Something you need to qualify? Like a law degree? Close enough. Can we stop now? Depends. Promise not to stumble all over yourself like last time? Hey, I didn't do too badly in the end. I earned all the style points. Yeah, you were at least smart enough not to accept Euthyphro's ideas. Though I could have done without the whole E-pun. I'm trying to keep our spirits up. I'm allowed a bad pun or two. And this is your way of doing that? Arbiter, who's next? There are many philosophers in the intelligible realm. One, however, has come forth with the claim he knows you personally. Knows me? Yes. But that makes no sense. How could he possibly know you? I don't know. Maybe one of my old fraternity friends became a famous philosopher without me knowing? One of your friends? I doubt that. Well met, Socrates, my old friend and colleague. I believe I can help you on your quest to find the nature of morality. Great, thanks. I don't actually think we've ever met before. What? Oh, come now, you must remember me. Look at this face. Surely a name comes to mind. Heisenberg? Really? Protagoras. How could you have forgotten? We debated in Athens millennia ago. Yeah, so I don't think we really remember our past life. So, are you not the great thinker Socrates? No. Well, to be fair, I am a Socrates, but enough. Even if you have sadly forgotten me, old friend, I will be happy to share my lessons with you. Well then, let us hold our discussion together in our own persons, making trial of the truth and of ourselves. Simple elimination will demonstrate morality can come from one place. Your conversation with Euthyphro has demonstrated that morality doesn't come from the gods. And clearly morality does not originate from the rocks and the trees. Thus, the only possible source of morality is human valuing. As you can see, man is truly the measure of all things. I hope my lesson was informative. I've told you, Pythagoras. I don't know you. Chill, Dad. At least he's being polite. You don't know how that will change if he discovers you're an accountant. And what's wrong with being an accountant? It's a perfectly acceptable profession. Well, Socrates Jones, what do you think? Has Protagoras... Oh my god, I was like, why does it sound... I'm thinking of Pythagoras. And he did the triangle. He did a triangle, I'm pretty sure. Has Protagoras found the nature of morality? Is he trying to bait me? I think I'd like to ask a few questions before I make that decision. Certainly, my friend, ask away. Okay. Simple elimination will demonstrate morality. Okay. So, can I ask for clarification? What elimination process did you use? When all other possible sources of morality are eliminated, the one that remains is indubitably true. This is how I intend to prove my conclusion. Can you back that up? Give me time, my old friend. I'm getting to it. Oh. You're right. It's demonstrated that morality doesn't come from the gods. Oh, okay, so we just get, at some point, like, we're gonna use that. Okay. And clearly morality does not originate from the rocks and the trees. Thus, the only possible source of morality is human valuing. Human valuing, what does that mean? My apologies. You see, morality is a matter of preference. As a result, whatever an individual it is different for each person. Therefore, whatever an individual believes to be right is right. Huh. Okay. Oh, but I don't have the past. Could you back that up? It's the only remaining option, my friend. Is that not enough? Hold on, Protagoras. Yes, friend? Look, I understand what you're going for here, but I can't help but feel an argument based entirely on elimination is a bit weak. I mean, no matter how many sources you eliminate, there's always the possibility that there are others you've overlooked. If I'm to accept your argument, I would like it to be supported by something more. Indeed, I was just thinking the same thing. Yes, I suppose you have a point. You are just as insightful as I remember, Socrates. Very well. Let me approach this lesson from a different angle. When it comes down to it, morality is a matter of values. However, different people form different values. There are no things upon which everyone can agree. It would be arrogant to presume that any position is wrong. Thus, we can only conclude that morality is entirely relative to the individual. And there we go. How interesting. I like this argument. It says I can do whatever I want. Yeah, that's not, no. Well, Socrates, once again, I'd like to ask a few questions. Okay. Different people for different values. We know that. I find that hard to believe. Yeah, I find it hard to believe that there is, like, not one thing that everybody agrees on. So there has to be one. Like, one. Is that so? You remember our old Athenian democracy, do you not? No. Well then, surely you must also remember that on most issues people disagreed on what was the right way to vote. Some thought our penalties for crime were too harsh, while others thought our penalties were not harsh enough. Why, as you know, it was even argued you should be put to death for speaking out. Wait, what? That it would be arrogant to assume any position is wrong. But at least he's built this argument up now. Okay, a little bit more, but I'm still not sure. I almost feel Where would I use that? Maybe this?
Nonsense!
To use the speech? Hold it right there, old friend. I still can't buy your argument. You claim it's impossible to say someone else's values are wrong, but that's simply not true. Oh, come now, old friend. Not impossible, arrogant. Do you really believe we can say one who believes eating pie is immoral is more correct than I'd like to put forth a different example? The one that you just told me. You yourself said there are individuals who believe that those who speak out should be executed. Did you not? Of course. Well, I was thinking about the position of these individuals, and it occurred to me without a free and open debate, we wouldn't even be able to discuss the things we are here. Oh, excellent observation, Socrates. Thank you, Arbiter. Protagoras, for just a moment, consider the consequences of that argument. If free speech were punished so, society would stagnate, science and thought would come to a halt. Such side effects should not result from logical thinking, but... Oh, I thought that was us still. Uh-oh. Free speech is one of many things now considered to be rights. Society is improved by their existence. Can you really argue that those who believe such things should be persecuted have validity? I hardly think it arrogant to express doubts in that position. Dad, this is actually kind of impressive. Indeed, well constructed, Socrates. The fact is, while you can argue most things are based upon the individual, your philosophy falls apart when dealing with extremes. Such positions are indefensible, regardless of what an individual thinks. And thus, morality could not be entirely determined by the individual.
Nonsense!
I appreciate the energy, old friend, and you have raised some good points. I must confess, though, I am a little confused as to why you have suddenly changed your position on free speech. What? The original Socrates was anti-free speech, Dad. Though, come to think of it, that didn't stop him from complaining when he was put to death for blasphemy. Everyone makes mistakes. Oh, regardless, my counter-argument is solid, right? No, not quite. What? You raised some good points, but not perfect points. Give me a moment and I'll show you the flaws in what you just proposed. Okay. It is true, my friend, that most people argue on things such as free speech. However, that does not mean such things are universal goods. For example, if one was to yell fire in a crowded theater, causing mayhem and panic, it is hard to see how that instance of speech would then be good. As morality is affected by situation, it cannot be objective. And there you have it. Rights, as a legal institution, may be good, but the morality of how you use them can vary. Very interesting points. Very well, Socrates. You may now ask Protagoras your questions. Good morning, Celine. How are you? Of course, Arbiter. We are this lovely accountant, named Socrates. We started off with a car crash. We are dead. But we can get out of philosopher heaven if we find the true answer to morality. And, like, they can find no holes. So now we're battling everybody to find out the true meaning of morality. It's so good. I hadn't either. I don't even remember how I found this. But I was like, okay, I kind of like the vibe. I do like the Phoenix Wright vibe that it gives, so I just also think it's wild that we literally start the game with dying. Okay, let's go. It's honestly like one of my favorite things. I will not lie. I typically will go through like Steam's free stuff because there are some really good free games. There's a lot of hidden gems. The killer game yesterday was also a free game. And that was really good. That one I did enjoy. I was very surprised by it. I'm not gonna lie. But yeah, honestly, there's a good amount of like really good free games. I know too much when it comes to true crime only for Windows. I don't know. I never looked that far on Steam, I'm not gonna lie. But it's also on itch.io, like itch.io. It's also there, and usually they'll have a Mac option. Randomly decided to do it. Stop! Guys, I added... Oh my god, okay, so that's gonna go with our Yuri, and then... It's hard to see because it's the black background, but I got Nancy in her cat suit. But I love it. Such a good one. Just... Oh my god. I was looking for like Nancy Drew gifs. And there's a few of the Nancy one. It's so good. Oh my god. Like, also, I went through that website that you sent me, Celine, for sound bites. It is so insane. Like, I literally sat there. It has every, if not every, like, line from each game. And then the sound effects. And then, like, can I? My favorite Nancy. The Nancy memes are so good, too. What ones did I get? I got this one. I got two. I don't remember what that one is. I actually don't remember what this one is.
What are you two talking about?
Ah. Also, let me know if you actually heard that. Because I don't know where that would have come from. You heard it? Okay, good. I do have some for bits. But honestly, I went ham with the sounds. I'm not lying to you. I also have Takei.
You do not understand. That is not how it works.
I feel like that's very me. So I just love it, yeah. There's so many. I have so many sounds. It's so bad. I'm trying to figure out how to do like a exclamation point command. It's so much fun. And then I watched my favorite show and I started downloading different sound clips.
Kids, let's go play in the nursery. Mama needs a moment.
Also a great one. Mama needs a moment. Yeah, okay. I did find a website. I think it's like StreamerBot. That says you can do it with it. So I'm gonna check it out. But if I can't figure it out, I will. I'll message you. Because they're so fun. I literally like have to stop myself. What is my challenge right now? Oh, the free speech. And Mix It Up. Oh, okay. I've never heard of Mix It Up. Okay. I've got the link open now. Beautiful. It's true, my friend, that most people agree on things such as free speech. Slightly more. Okay, that's good to know. Because, what's it called? The streamer bot, you have to download it. And so I'm like, I did download it. I haven't opened it or anything, but if I can do it all on the web, that would be much easier for me. Because then I can just mess with stuff on my phone. It's so much fun. Oh my gosh. I'm so excited. What the hell are we doing? That does not mean such things are universal goods. For example, if one was to yell fire, it's hard to see how that instance of speech would be good. As morality, it is affected by situation, it cannot be objective. But can you back that? I think I just did. Okay. I mean, like, it's a pretty good thought. Where's your backing? Do you have backing? I really don't see what's wrong with yelling fire. What? Fire? Where? God damn it, Voltaire. Were you playing with matches again? Worry not. There is no fire. Socrates, refrain from causing unnecessary panic in the future. Hey, it's fine. Old friend, I believe you have just demonstrated my point. You should always have the right to speak carelessly, but that does not mean doing so is good. I don't know, man. Be patient, my friend. That is the next part of my lecture. Daughter, what am I missing? This new argument goes in such a different direction. I'm not sure how to deal with it. Yes, it's quite a different direction, isn't it? One almost wonders if it all connects. So one of them is not relevant. Oh, I was like, what is that? Okay. Most people agree on things such as free speech. Okay. However, that does not mean such things are universal goods. Oop, I didn't mean to hit that, but simply put, nothing is absolute. When we think something is a universal truth, we're probably failing to account for all possibilities. Okay, that's fair. Ooh, emails. feel like asking for clarification is stupid, but I'm gonna... The principles you named earlier, such as free speech, are indeed widely held. That is all I'm saying here. Yeah, I know. Do you got backings for that? My friend, you seem to have an unfortunate habit of questioning your own conclusions. Perhaps you would like to withdraw them. I was just testing how well you understood everything, guys. Yeah, I'm so good. Such things are universal goods. Your argument simply does not hold water. Morality still comes from the individual. Is that what I'm saying? No, but I have nothing to counter-argue, other than telling him his face is ugly. Because we saw this occur. Like, this happens. We'll just do clarification. I don't know. Yelling things to deliberately create panic hardly seems an unquestionable good, does it? That is all I'm trying to say here. I understand. But, like... So what is not relevant? Where's the... Can I see all the 4 truths together? There we go. Morality of how you use them. They're all relevant to me. A lot of people agree on free speech. It just doesn't mean that free speech is a universal good. And then the example you can come with is to yell fire in a crowded theater. But I don't think the morality is affected by that. We know the relevant. It's very related to your conclusion. It is your conclusion. Yeah. I mean, if I remember correctly, your philosophy is that morality comes from the individual, right? Yes, that is correct. I see. Protagoras, you have indeed raised an interesting counterpoint to mine. Thank you. Does that mean you are ready to accept the validity of my teachings? On the contrary, you see, you've also demonstrated why it would be foolish to do so. What? You just argued that morality can be affected by situation, correct? Yes. And actions that would be correct in one place could be incorrect in another. Correct? Where are we going? Where are we going? Well, it's an interesting observation, but it runs against the grain of what you said earlier. For if morality is affected by situation, then there are clearly factors other than the individual at play. Oh. I am accidentally smart. I don't believe it. It seems to me you have two choices, but both have the same result. You could either maintain the assertion that morality is situation dependent and your philosophy is undermined, or you could retract it, thus giving credibility to my original complaint. But either way, the idea that morality is entirely individual is thrown into question. What do you have to say to that? Ah, Socrates, your rhetorical techniques have not dulled in all these years. Perhaps my position is, indeed, on shakier ground than I realized. You have given me much to consider. I could write a thesis on it all. And you too, Protagoras. You just may have been onto something with your idea that the correct action can change based on situation. Finding out why it does, that's going to be the hard part. Protagoras, you are dismissed. Thank you. Socrates, I believe you have it in you to win this great wager, just as you did before. What? Goodbye. We have already done this? Damn. What did he mean as you did before? Ah, I thought you would have figured it out by now. Huh? Taking on the Arbiter's challenge is no easy task. In fact, throughout all of time, only one has ever had his wish granted. Only one? Yes, your namesake. The great thinker Socrates, the wisest man in Athens. Oh, it's us! Unlike the other philosophers, Socrates was never sure of his ideas. He was always questioning, always challenging himself and others in pursuit of the truth. Never satisfied with any of the answers that were provided until he disappeared. He disappeared. Yes, without a trace. Simply vanished into the ether? Aether? Ether? Never to be seen again. What happened to him? Was his wish to leave? No one is quite sure. The last person to see Socrates on this plane was Rene Descartes. I know Descartes. And according to Descartes, the only thing Socrates said was, I found it. He found it? The answer. Oh! That's my namesake. I really hope I'm not expected to live up to that. You absolutely are, Bibs. Why do I know Descartes? Also, I know that's not how you actually say it, but... all I can think of is it had to do with education. I did have to learn about educational philosophers. Or education-based, whatever. Well, the original Socrates may have bested the Arbiter's challenge, but we're two philosophers down and I don't feel any closer to our goal. It always seems to be just out of reach, doesn't it? Do not worry, there are still near infinite perspectives to examine. In fact, I already have another philosopher ready for you. Wonderful! Who's the next one? Is it another Greek dude? Because frankly, I'm getting sick of Greek dudes. No, this one's British. Oh man. I'm simply ecstatic. What's the matter, Socrates? Do you no longer wish to continue? Hold on. I never said that. Of course I wish to continue. Dad? Very well then. Give me a moment. And I will bring the new philosopher out. A British philosopher. Who the fudge are you? Macbeth bullshit? Like, what is this? Hi? Are you sure this is the right guy? He's not doing anything. Maybe he's dead? Well, technically... Oh! He can speak. Of course I can speak, you silly girl. I just chose not to. You waste time with small words, and small words are the money of fools. What? I don't think I'm gonna like him. Hobbes. Thomas Hobbes. You should know, Mr. Jones, that my mother gave birth to twins. Myself and Fear! By the end of the day, you will be thoroughly acquainted with both of us. Okay. Anybody know Thomas Hobbes? Hobbes, you may present your argument. Allow me to begin by describing to you the natural state of man. No. Okay. We're gonna find out about the natural state of man. In the natural state, men find themselves equal and in competition for resources. Okay. Being selfish, they'll go to any lengths to achieve their desires. This sets them at odds with every other man, creating a constant state of war. That's fine. That's hilarious. I didn't even realize it was... I feel like you mentioned that to me before, too. That it's like 626 day. A constant state of war. Ceaseless conflict makes life nasty, brutish, and short. And there we go, the natural state of mankind. But what does that have to do with morality? Wait, you said nothing about morality. Yeah, you just gave me some shit to use against you. Okay. Of course not. In the natural state, there is no morality. There is nothing binding us to respect one another. Nothing stopping us from killing each other. Sweat? Well, that's depressing. And ridiculous. Of course there's a sense of right and wrong. Arbiter, there's no way this philosophy can possibly be the correct answer. You seem rather sure of yourself. Shall we put your theories to the test? Please. People work together. Careful. People often help each other in order to further the overall good. Okay, so they're equal and in competition. I want to know why they're equal and in competition. I feel like those two don't go together. Left to their own devices, men will always all want the same things, but they cannot all get them. I don't know if I buy it. I might need like a discount for something. Being selfish, they will go to any lengths to achieve their desires. But if people often work to good, this is what's wrong with your argument. Humbug! Or maybe not? Let's go with not. Oh. Go to any lengths to achieve their desires. Okay, which I guess. This sets them at odds with every other man.
Nonsense!
Oh! Okay, so I understand now if I don't get the nonsense! It's not real. Hobbes, your argument here is about as weak as they come. You claim that people are in a constant state of war, but I see people cooperate every day. Is that so? Yes. Societies are, in fact, built upon such cooperation. Employees in a business... Oh, businesses... Employees in a businesses... Employees in a business collaborate to create a product. Construction workers get together to build a house. Very random, but I looked over, saw Stitch. Are you also going to be watching the TV show? Like, are you just doing the movie or are you doing the TV show? Because the TV show is amazing. I loved it. Sorry, that just was so random. It just hit me. I was like, oh, but the show. Construction workers get together to build a house. Doctors work together to save their patients. Philosophers work together to find the truth. Exactly. Thank you, Arbiter. Well, Thomas Hobbes, if people were always at war, none of these things would be possible. Society as we know it couldn't exist. What do you have to say to that? I say, you are merely an observer of the obvious, Mr. Jones. You insult my I'm not insulting shit, bruv. Do you really think I hadn't considered such things? Our sense of morality is what allows us to cooperate in such a fashion. But, what? You said there was no morality. Indeed. In the natural state, this is true. However, as such a state is extremely uncomfortable, we have long since moved beyond it. Allow me to explain to you, Mr. Jones, the step you have missed. I haven't missed shit! At the core of mankind's self-interest is survival. However, in the natural state, there is no security. Thus, mankind is impelled to seek peace, forming contracts between individuals. It is from such exchanges our sense of morality is born. You just pulled that out your butt. Our moral rules, our society, our political systems, they all come from the social contract. Huh. How did this happen? I thought for sure we were ready to move on. You walked right into this one, Dad. Helped him set it up and everything. Hobbes is one of the most prominent social contract philosophers. Cool. It's only natural he took his argument in this direction. You knew this? Why didn't you warn me? Sorry, I just assumed you already knew. I mean, that's kind of... It's not uncommon knowledge, you know. I didn't know. Is there a problem, Socrates? Yeah, the problem is you... Or are you ready to accept the truth of my argument? No. Scholastic thinking. I hardly see the attraction in it. Come now, Hobbes. Very well, Mr. Jones. Give it a shot, and let's see how it goes. Okay, that's fine. In the natural state, there is no security. That makes sense. To seek peace, forming contracts between individuals. But you have said...
Nonsense!
You're talking about yourself. If we're selfish, as you claim, why would we ever form these contract things? We have established individuals prefer security over discomfort, yes? As a result, selfish beings would gladly enter a contract if it meant greater security. Their selfishness will not prevent them from entering a contract. Instead, it will encourage them to seek them out. Is everything clear now, Mr. Jones? No. Forcing contracts. But if they're in constant state of war with each other. I didn't mean to click that. Your face is ugly. Yeah, we lost our credibility from that. Impelled to seek peace. But you said we're at a constant state of war. Men are impelled to seek peace, but you said they're... Ah! I did it! That's a direct contradiction. Socrates, I believe this indicates a misunderstanding of Hobbes's points. It is precisely because they are constantly at war in the natural state that individuals seek some form of security. Indeed. You see, while life is horrible in the natural state, it is possible to escape through the sort of agreements which I describe here. Thus, these ideas are not contradictory. One logically comes from the other. I don't know if I buy it. Assuming as we have the natural state exists, and in the natural state man is free to do whatever he pleases, we can only conclude the restrictive morality we know comes from contracts formed between men. That makes no sense to me. It's not your reaction to discomfort to seek a means of comfort. I'm pretty sure my observation stands. Pardon? Prima facie? Prima facie? The hell is that? Thank you. Even Ari's confused. On the surface, girl. What is it? You speak in Latin? We're British. In the natural state, anyone is free to do whatever they please. This includes actions which would cause harm to other people. Oh, if we were in the natural state and I felt the desire to kill you without consequences. Assuming you were already not dead. Is he threatening me? I hope you understand just how little security the natural state affords. The fudge. Core of mankind's self-interest is survival. Which, you've said that. Ah! I didn't mean to do that. I'm gonna die. Let's save. I have not saved at all that game. Above all else, we want to live. Power and knowledge don't mean anything to the dead. I mean, we're here. So, can you back that bitch? Tell me, Mr. Jones, do you enjoy being dead? I mean, I don't know if he enjoys this part. Oh. It's been great. I've been meeting cool people like you. I've been mistaken for several thousand-year-old mercy person. Of course I would rather still be alive. I need to live. I'm very lively, I'll have you know. I think most people at my age would do anything to stay alive. And I just made your point for you. Yep. I can't challenge anymore. Further defining the nature of man's self-interest is essential to understanding the way our society works. We're just gonna ask for backing on everything. It did more or less in the distant past. Before civilians developed, ancient man was in much the same condition as he would be in the natural state. All of this is supported by archaeology as well as the study of modern hunter-gatherer societies. And what is the relevance? Lack of security works in tandem with our previously established desires to naturally lead to the next step. Again, I'm asking everything. Clarify me. Ooh! Arbiter joined. By contract, I refer to an agreement between individuals. In such contracts, we agree to give up some of our personal freedoms, most notably our freedom to harm. because others do as well, such an agreement confers unto everyone greater society or security. Huh, interesting. We form contracts agreeing to give up freedoms. When the stronger man agrees to guard the weak in exchange for pay, in that instant a contract is formed. The mutual forfeiture of rights creates a society where everyone is more secure, but most of the benefits of the social contract come from the other people giving up their rights? That's correct. Interesting. But if they're selfish, why would they do it?
Nonsense!
I'll admit the individual parts of your philosophy sound good on paper, but they don't work quite so well when viewed as a whole. Is that so? Gladly explaining. Your social contract theory is based on the idea people are selfish, correct? Indeed. And they'll go to any lengths to improve their own prosperity? Correct, which is why contracts must be formed? I'm a little confused. What exactly is the problem? Isn't it apparent by now? If the only benefits of the social contract from the other people giving up their rights, and people are as selfish as you claim, what is there to stop these oh-so-selfish individuals from breaking a contract after it's made? That is a very good question. I know! Working off Hobbes' own theory of human nature, men will always seek the most advantageous situation. Well, the most advantageous situation for anyone would be that they keep their rights when others give them up. So why would people ever keep their contracts? They wouldn't. Of course not. Everyone would stab each other in the back the moment they could get away with it. Hobbes, your ideas taken altogether are self-defeating. There's no way the social contract could be formed in the way you've described.
Nonsense!
Oh, he's nonsensing us. Mr. Jones, you're getting carried away. Girl, I think I've made a good point. Laughter is nothing more than a reaction to sudden glory, Mr. Jones. And in your case, the glory you are reacting to is quite artificial. What? All of these things you are saying, they have occurred to me. They are, in fact, the obvious progression of thought. The fact any self-interested man would break his contract is a problem, which is why I came up with the next step in the thought process. The next step, y'all. Without obligation, selfish individuals are indeed likely to break the contract. However, such obligation can easily be created by fear, namely fear of repercussions. This fear can, in turn, be created by empowering a sovereign. Such a ruler could then deal out punishments to those who break the contract. And as a result, the moral systems of the contract would remain intact. And there we go. My philosophy is quite sustainable. The social contract simply needs proper enforcement. You know what? I actually think I missed talking to Urethra. Euthifro. Dad, are you gonna be okay? I don't know if there's a problem here, Ari. There absolutely is. I mean, we just needed to find the nature of morality. Maybe this is it. No, it's not. Do you honestly believe that? Do you think morality is determined by the rules dictators enforce? Thank you. No. There has to be a flaw in his argument somewhere. Are you two finished chatting over there? No. Let me talk to my kid. Hobbs, you may have thought through my previous challenges, but my life depends on my only accepting the true nature of morality, and somehow I just can't accept this is it. Very well then, Mr. Jones. I have all the time in the world. Examine away. I mean, you guys really do. Without obligation, selfish individuals are indeed likely to break the contract. Right, which we know that. Okay, so what do I have? That they're in constant state of war, that they worked. Ooh, okay, we got work together. Selfish. And then we've now got that it requires obligations powerful enough to enforce its morals. Okay, back it up. Tell me, Mr. Jones, are you familiar with the concept of hell? In most Christian sects, fear of hell is used as a major motivator in keeping the tenets of the faith. For many, it is an even more effective motivator than the promise of heaven. Spare the rod, spoil the child. There are countless situations in which fear is used to enforce the public good. You're using spare the rod and spoil the child as your argument. Really? By empowering the sovereign. Why would I want to empower a sovereign? The people give power to a ruler who is able to enforce the contract. By give power, you mean form an agreement? As in a contract. Yes, in exchange for the power, he grants order and protection. Interesting. I just don't get it. If you're telling me we're constantly at war and we're constantly being selfish, why would I give my power to a power? Like, why would I do that? Has a lot. There's an agreement between the people and their protector. If the protector fails his duties, the people may rebel. In this way, the people form a contract with their ruler. I don't think they do, though, babes. Why? Are you using coercion on me? I just hit, like, it just hit me. You know what the law is? I do know what the law is. Have you ever heard of the law without the government? The higher power of the sovereign is necessary for such systems of enforcement to coexist. Flaying. Imprisonment, flaying, hanging. A ruler would be able to deal out justice as appropriate to those who deserve it. But if we're selfish... Oh, they're not going to say no. my thinking, if you're that selfish, the ruler's gonna create their own rules and punish based on that. The most advantageous situation for anyone would be that they keep their rights while others give them up. Everyone... Why is he making fun of us? Fear repels us from its source. If breaking the contract was connected with something men feared, they would be compelled to respect it. So, like a horde of zombies? Excuse me? Well, if people fear zombies. So if breaking the contract was tied to unleashing zombies... I think my dad gets it. Let's move on. For once, we agree. The people agree to obey the sovereign, they give him power. In return, the sovereign punishes those who disobey the social contract. The sovereign provides the obligation the social contract needs to survive. Our society hasn't fallen apart yet, has it? So, man, for all his inadequacies, must be doing something right. That's a matter of perspective. Save your political musings for a sequel, girl. Okay, let's go talk to our daughter. Have you found anything yet? Not a single thing. Back to the top. Keeping them from doing such requires either great incentive towards keeping it or disincentive from breaking it. Every contract requires obligations powerful enough to enforce his morals. Which, yeah, they do. But, like, what do I do? People working together? No, 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 no. Oh my god, I'm gonna fail this one. He's actually got me stumped. Which is completely wild to me, but... I just... But how? mean, he says selfish individuals. So that's fine for the selfishness. Or like working together. And the fear of repercussion. But like, I think it's gotta be with this. The fear. Fact requires obligations powerful enough? I feel like they're all relevant. There's a contract with the people to enforce their rules. Okay, whatever. Okay, at least we don't lose credibility when we ask. Yeah, that's the problem. That's part of the solution. Details process. And I believe a sovereign is essential. Okay. Here I detailed the why and how. And then the end is the conclusion. I have to challenge one of these. Without obligations. We already know that. That one requires the obligation. And the obligation can be created by fear. But I don't know. It's not right. Shit. Sovereign forms a contract. Enforce their rules. Whose rules, by the way? Oh, we're dying. Daughter, help! Shit. But why? And whose rules? Wait. Why? Who informs the sovereign?
Nonsense!
Hobbes. I will admit your philosophy is very interesting from a little political perspective, but as a basis of morality, it simply won't stand. Nonsense. Mr. Jones, even now you lack sensible qualities such as fear. Haven't you learned not to make such brash statements? No. Brash? This time I think not. Boys, enough grandstanding, get to the point. Hobbes, you said our obligation to the social contract comes from pressures laid upon us by the sovereign, right? Correct. And the sovereign's power to apply such pressures comes from a contract between him and the people. Yes, absolutely. Well then, Hobbes, answer me this. What obligates the king to follow his contract with his people? There is nothing. Yeah, get that hair standing on edge. You may have added a layer of obligation, Hobbes, but you haven't fixed anything. The problem's still exactly the same. The king, being selfish, will take advantage of his people. And we are back where we started. No matter, just another moment of your time, and I will lay out what binds the king to his contract. Please.
Nonsense!
What? I don't need to hear it, Hobbes. What? What? How dare you? The fact is, we can do this forever. I can continue to point out the lack of obligation in your morality, and you can attempt to find a source. You are curing the symptoms and not the disease. The question you need to answer is not what obligates the king. If the source of obligation is the social contract, then it can only be another contract. Instead, answer me this. What obligates us to keep our contracts? What makes them the source of morality? Can you answer this, Hobbes? Well... Dad, you've actually stumped him. This is the core of your problem, Hobbes. Morality based in contracts leads to an infinite regression of obligations. Thus, it can't possibly be the true source. Damn. Well, Hobbes, let's go. How can something that requires obligation be the source of all obligation? It just doesn't make sense. Your philosophy is hobbled, Hobbes. Ha 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 ha. Well, you see... Preposterous. The sovereign will, the fear it creates in us, mechanical drive to, We short-circuited him. Are you okay? Are you alive? Socrates, do you know what my last words were before I died? Now I'm about to take my last voyage, a great leap into the dark. As desired rest. A life finally free from fear and discomfort. I did not wish to be trapped in this realm, debating for all eternity. Accepting the Arbiter's challenge was a foolish choice, Mr. Jones, but needless to say, I can understand why you did so. And, ignorant as you are, you have given me a reason to re-examine my principles. I shall now take my leave. Goodbye. The pursuit of happiness. Okay, let's roll. Who else can I battle? Well, I must say, Socrates, I'm impressed. Me too. Hobbes holds significant clout here in the intelligible world. His ideas influenced later prominent thinkers such as John Locke. Do I know John Locke? Also, why are these only Johns? No, I know Sean Locke. Not John. Sean. Jean-Jacques Rousseau and John Rawls. Besting him or even getting him to question the logic of his ideas is a significant accomplishment. So does this mean Dad gets to come home now? No. The door is still closed. Indeed. Your successes here, while impressive, cannot be construed as providing an answer. They only mean that Socrates is ready to face even greater challenges. Oh god, great. So which arrogant know-it-all do I have the honor of facing next? I believe that would be me. Wait, is that? John Stuart Mill at your service. Oh my god, her eyes are hearts. Yeah, who? John Stuart Mill? One of the most prominent utilitarian philosophers. Yeah. He was a member of parliament and an early feminist as well. Oh. I got no problems with him. I've mentioned him at least 4 times today. You have. Not to worry, old chap. I'm sure we will get to know each other quite well by the end of the day. Shall we begin? Okay. In our society, good comes from the accomplishment of some desirable end. Okay. However, happiness and freedom from suffering are the only things truly desirable as ends. Thus, actions are right. I thought I was going to say actions are created. Actions are right in proportion as they tend to promote happiness, wrong as they tend to produce unhappiness. As a result, one should choose every action in order to maximize overall happiness. And there you have it. Happiness must be the source of all good. Okay. This is the core idea behind ACT utilitarianism. He's so amazing, isn't he, Dad? Sure, babes. He's about 200 years older than you. Toned it down a notch. Well, Socrates, you have heard John's presentation. What is your intended course of action? Well, Dad, look, this is the closest thing to the nature of morality we're gonna get. How do you know that? I've studied him for ages. That's how. He's brilliant. Come on, Dad. If you just acknowledge that, you can get out of here. Well, do you accept Mill's principles? Actually, I believe I'll ask the MP a few questions if you don't mind. By all means, go ahead. It is only healthy for individuals to voice their queries. Trapped thoughts have no use, after all. That is true. Okay, so good comes from accomplishments of some desirable end. Okay. As long as it increases overall happiness. So what about murder? Okay, let's just talk about that. In our society, the things we value have positive effects. For example, we value good parenting because it produces good members of society. There are countless such examples. Unless you have some tangible counter-argument, I think this idea stands on its own merits. Good is created by achieving or obtaining things people desire. Only this will improve the quality of life. Okay. Some happiness and freedom from suffering are the only things truly desirable as ends. So are they not moral? Are they amoral now? Most things which mankind values, love, peace, property, are valued because they further some other end. They further some other end. If we follow such value chains to their conclusions, they all come to rest on the happiness. For example, peace furthers security, which furthers luxury, which furthers happiness. See? Very well reasoned. However, out of all the things we can strive for, happiness is the only true end. Everything else only serves to support this end. I get it, but it's wrong. If your actions make people happy, there must be something positive about them. Likewise, if your actions make people unhappy, there must be some negative quality to them. Simply put, an action is as right as the happiness it creates. But happiness for whom? For the self or for others? The overall population? Distribution is irrelevant. No, it's quite relevant. This seems pretty self-sufficient to me. Okay. As a result, one should choose every action in order to maximize overall happiness. In my opinion, it is the natural product of my previous observations. Okay. If furthering happiness determines how right your actions are, clearly one should take the course that furthers it the most. The most moral act is the one that most increases net happiness. I think you're wrong. See, it does say overall happiness, so I can't whip this out. Because I know we're going to end up having to talk about the distribution of happiness. It is good as long as it increases overall. Accomplishment of some desirable end. Happiness and freedom from suffering are the only things truly desirable as ends. So, I don't think that's gonna work. Why would a happiness and like they're the only things truly desirable. But what if the suffering this is not right. Okay. There's no point to see it. That's fair. What is I don't know, man. Here I further refine the idea of good. Okay. Actions are right in proportion as they tend to promote happiness. They're right in proportion? Nope. The pursuit of good as far as it can possibly narrow, laying forth the final support for my conclusion. As a result, one should choose every action let's go talk to our kid. What are you doing? I'm examining his reasoning, Ari. But his philosophy makes sense. Please don't make this harder than it needs to be. he's been talking about accomplishments, but it doesn't say. It just says something. Nope. Shit. I mean, this is very related, but. Oh! Your support is greatly, but. Pinpointing the origin of good seems like a logical place to begin our search, wouldn't you agree? And then she agrees. I mean, it is the end, yes. Every action. You should choose every action in order to maximize overall happiness. Yeah, and he talks about overall happiness for both. Like, he's very good at... Good comes from the accomplishment of some desirable end. However, happiness and freedom from suffering are the only things truly desirable as ends. Thus, actions are right in proportion as they tend to promote happiness, and wrong as they tend to produce unhappiness. As a result, one should choose every action in order to maximize overall happiness. See, if I still had the other things, like... Why would they choose something to make the overall happiness better? Like, I'm looking at, like, the selfishness of this. The only things truly desirable. And I only have 2 options to fight with. They're both so similar. Good is happiness. Something can be called good as long as it increases overall happiness. Or it is irrelevant how happiness is distributed as long as it increases overall. Which I think they go together. Like, oh my gosh, sorry. See, like, this is where I'm like, overall happiness, but it can't. It's not. Oh my god, I might actually lose this one. Oh wait, in proportion. Right? No. Shit. Okay, we're losing. Goodbye. We died. Would you like to take a break? Did our daughter just call him Millie? Hold on. She did. Okay. My dad should just accept your argument so he can get out of here. Ari, do you really think this is our ticket out of here? Have I not made that clear? Yes. If you had any humility left, you would think so too. Arbiter? Okay, we're gonna go with his. It's not right though. And I can't figure out... See? I have to remember this. We're just gonna ask for everything again. Next. Oh yeah, because his thing is about the... My brain just really wants to call them oligarchs. And I don't know why. This is the conclusion. Oh, I haven't gotten that one. Agreeing to give up freedoms in exchange for security. Oh, we're like back. Okay, I just realized. We're not even at that part. At the core of mankind's self-interest is survival. Which is fair. However, in the natural state, there is no security. Thus, we form contracts agreeing to give up freedoms in exchange for security. It is from such exchanges our sense of morality is born. Here we go. Okay.
Nonsense!
Okay, he's nonsensing us. I'm so glad I hit a save on this, though. Okay, so this is obligation. Okay. However, such application can easily be created by fear, but it's this one. Maybe? Nope. Okay, we're just gonna do this again. And then it's just remembering which one. In exchange for power. Okay. This one, there we go.
Nonsense! Nonsense! Nonsense!
Oh, he's got one more for us?
Nonsense!
Nope. Yeah, I'm not listening to you, babe. yeah, we would make him malfunction. Yeah, we killed him. It's okay. It's fine. He's already technically dead anyways, so we just destroyed him. Goodbye. Okay, now I'm gonna save here so we don't have to. There we go. When I lose again. Okay, we've got Stewart. Oh, John Stewart Mill. He's killing it. Because I am actually stumped. Life. The things we value have positive effects. Oh yeah, valuing good parenting. Are valued because they further some other end. If we follow such value chains to their conclusion, they all come to rest on happiness. Peace furthers security, which furthers luxury, which furthers happiness. If your actions make people happy, there must be something positive about them. Likewise, if your actions make people unhappy, there must be some negative quality to them. Simply put, an action is as right as the happiness it creates. Yeah, but happiness for whom? The overall population distribution is irrelevant, which is where I got that from. Pursuit of good, yeah. I just need the selfishness back. Oh, I did not mean to do that. Why? You need to stop hitting challenge. But they're not going to. Like, that's the thing. And these are the same. Something can be called good as long as it increases overall happiness, and it is irrelevant how happiness is distributed as long as it increases overall. It's like you have 5 people happy, 4 people upset. You're still calling that a good thing because one person out of all of that is technically happy. Is that what we're going for? Happiness and freedom from suffering are the only things truly desirable. But like, I have so many like no's against this, and this is all I have. Something to be called good. I'm honestly just at a literal loss. Oh, this was us beating Hobbs. I forgot. There we go. So I don't have to go through all that again. Let's just get through this again. Let's try here.
Nonsense!
What? One should choose every action in order to maximize overall happiness. And then we talk about the happiness distribution? I thought that went together, but okay. I understand the reasoning behind your philosophy, but applying your reasoning in all situations creates some worrisome implications. Mill's philosophy is perfect. You can't just go, continue. Gladly. The problem here is that happiness is not equivalently exchanged. It can be gained and lost in unequal measure. Since your philosophy does not care how happiness is distributed, this leads to some unfortunate scenarios. Oh, really? Do explain. Let's say, for example, that I'd gain twice as much happiness from punching Hobbes in the face as he'd lose from being punched. The guy was already pretty miserable after all. According to your philosophy, in this situation, punching Hobbes would be entirely moral as it would increase overall happiness. But, as much as Hobbes was a jerk, I can't believe random violence would be the right course of action. Indeed, I think I prefer my debates not devolving into fistfights. But Dad, that's just one example. Well then, let me provide another. Let's say there was a monster that would gain far more happiness from eating you than you'd ever gain over the course of your life. Would the moral action then to feed yourself to the monster? Mill's philosophy would say yes, but that seems preposterous, does it not? Dad, what are you doing? Girl, bringing imaginary monsters into a debate? Is that really how you intend to get home? Yes!
Nonsense!
Actually, your father raises some good points. What? Ariadne, he who knows only his own side of the case knows little of that. As thinkers, it is our job not only to challenge the thoughts of others, but to challenge ourselves. Both thought experiments Socrates presented are valid, and both are troubling. Judging every choice as it arises seems, upon reflection, difficult to defend. Are you serious? Please don't let my dad run all over you. Not to worry, Ariadne. The core of my philosophy still stands strong. Allow me a moment, gentlemen, to present an altered position. I would love that. The problem you have described can be addressed through the application of universal rules. These rules should be chosen in order to create the most happiness possible with as little harm as possible. While these rules may not maximize overall happiness, they will at least guarantee net happiness never decreases. Actions can be considered moral when they follow such rules. As you can see, it is still possible for happiness to be the source of morality. I believe I shall refer to this approach as rule utilitarianism. An interesting evolution of your ideas. You see, Dad, Mill's philosophy is solid, as I told you. Because, you know, I actually studied this stuff. Whatever happened to having decide for myself? Oh, having me decide. My God. Yeah, well, that was before you hopped on the smug wagon. Girl. Okay, let's continue. The problem you have described can be addressed through the application of universal rules. Okay, so what's your clarification? You described to me a problem of distribution. The fact act utilitarianism does not care where happiness goes. This can be addressed by following general rules, which I will elaborate on later. Okay. Because these rules apply equally to everyone, the problem of distribution is irrelevant. They have the same chance of helping one group or individual as any other. This is the conclusion. You began with a conclusion, bruv? Damn. While Hobbes's theory and this one could result in some of the same guidelines, the rationale behind their existence would be different. There are certain rules which, if always followed, would make society a happier place than if they were not. These are the rules which meet the qualifications of rural utilitarianism. As happiness is still the only ultimate end, the only rules that make sense would be the ones that further the end. Thus, it makes sense the rules which govern our actions should be chosen accordingly. That's essential. Okay. While these rules may not maximize overall happiness, they will at least guarantee net happiness never decreases. Most of the time, the rules we follow should result in a net gain of happiness for society. While this may not always be the case, such a situation where one's free speech hurts another's feelings, society is much better off if these rules are always applied than if they are never applied. Let us consider the rule that citizens are considered innocent until proven guilty. I will demonstrate this rule increases overall happiness in most situations. With this rule, any man knows he will get a fair trial and thus is protected from false accusation. True, sometimes guilty criminals get away as a result, but can you imagine a world where this rule were not applied? Power-hungry prosecutors would run innocent men into the ground with defense attorneys having to fight against ridiculous odds just to prove them innocent. So they're already doing this, babes. This premise explores how this approach applies to the core of my philosophy. Happiness as an end. Actions can be considered moral when they follow rules. I believe this is clear if you follow the rules, yeah. Based on everything I've established here, following the rules will promote happiness. Thus, we can assume those who follow the rules are performing morally. Most of the time. So even when the rules create unhappiness, we should still follow them? Well, no. Theoretically, if in a certain situation following a rule created enough unhappiness, that rule should be revamped, broken, and replaced with a more nuanced rule. Rule nuances are now a thing. Demonstrates the implications of it. If we accept these rules can further moral good, then those who live by these rules are acting morally. Okay, so we've got our happies, and now rules. They may not maximize it. It just has to increase. Oh! But the net happiness doesn't decrease, but it's not indicating that they will increase it. The most happiness possible with as little harm as possible. The application of universal rules. I'm thinking... Why would people do it if they're not gonna... No. Like, should be. They should be chosen. Doesn't mean they're going to be chosen. They should be. Maybe the irrelevant part? No. The application of universal rules. But like... Nope. These four. B, A, B, C. Okay, I'm trying to remember what I've done. So you, I have challenged with that, and that didn't work. If I challenge it with A, that also does not work. And then we die. Do I still have all three? I do. Okay, got it. Two. In order to create the most happiness possible. Hello, hello. We're playing, guess that answer. Which means trial and a lot of death.
Nonsense!
How? Like, they all seem so obvious. as soon as I put them together. Like, it's gonna be a matter of, like, the rule nuances. If following a rule would create unhappiness, we should replace it with more nuanced rule. And these rules should be chosen in order to create the most happiness possible with as little harm as possible. But then why would you have to change it? I think it's going to be a matter of, like, people exploiting and abusing that.
Nonsense!
The game's supple, chap. Oh no, Dad, don't you dare throw this away. We're gonna throw it away again. I know you idolize this man, but it's time to accept his ideas are not my way out of here. For the philosophy he just proposed boils down to the same one as before. Now hold on, I think that's a bit unfair. Is it? John Stuart Mill, you said rules should be created along lines which further happiness, correct? Of course. And when the rules fail to further happiness, they should be replaced with more nuanced rules? Yes, indeed. What is the problem? That's very different from his original idea. Is that so? Then answer me this. If you keep making the rules more and more nuanced, where will you wind up? Huh? You'll wind up with the idea we should act in order to maximize happiness. What? The fact is, no matter what rules Mill comes up with, they'll always be several steps removed from his original idea. And thus, they're imperfect promotions of happiness. We'll have to keep replacing these rules when they fall short until we're back where we started. Ah, excellent deduction, Socrates. Indeed, most insightful. No matter how you spin it, rule utilitarianism ultimately boils down to act utilitarianism. And thus, all the problems we originally established are still there. Our happiness is just waiting for a giant monster to come and gobble it up. No. No. I don't think our daughter likes us anymore. You're the monster, Dad. The real monster. Don't you see what you're doing? This could have been your only hope of getting back. Our only hope of getting back. You are useless, Dad. Did you even stop to consider I wasted my life to give you this chance? What did you just say? I put my own life on the line so you could take the challenge. What? Are you serious? I thought if there was a chance, any chance, we should take it. But Mill is one of the best philosophers out there. And you've run right over him without a thought. You're gonna wind up throwing away both of our lives for the sake of your stupid style points. Ariadne Jones? I understand where you are coming from, but your father has not done ill by your sacrifice. Not since my days in Parliament have I been subjected to such a spirited critique. Mill, listen, both of you. Unquestionably, it is possible to do without happiness. It is done involuntarily by 19/20ths of mankind. By 19/20ths. That's a weird fraction. If that's supposed to be a fraction. But you don't have to be among them. Ari, why didn't you discuss this with me? Would you have taken the challenge if I had? No. Dad, I couldn't just let you die. If I had, the loss of happiness would have been too great. But the Arbiter told me the challenge was the only way to bring you back. And the reward could only match what was at stake. So You... I mean, she probably will be so happy in Philosopher Heaven. You'd have done the same thing if it were me. Yes, but you're my daughter. And you're my father, and believe it or not, I don't want to lose you. I did this because I honestly thought you deserved the chance. And I've been helping you however I could, but you're not even taking this seriously. What? You face philosophers with so many different ideas, so many different outlooks. Any one of them could have been onto something, but you've torn all of them apart without a thought. That's what we're supposed to do. Your cunning remarks, your biting comments. You don't really care about getting home. You're just showing off. Girl, it's true I've been getting a little carried away. I've never been good at this stuff and you've always loved it. I guess I'm just starting to see why. But it doesn't matter, does it? In the end, you will still blaze through the options presented to you, tearing them apart because you're sure they're wrong. And yet, they're wrong. No, Ari, it's actually the opposite. I feel like I don't know anything and I can't accept their ideas without understanding them inside and out. Especially now I know I'm not the only one at stake. I'm not here to prove them wrong. I'm here to see if they're right. I'm sorry. Huh? Mill was right. You've really been working hard. It's okay. Really? Yeah, your dad's a doofus sometimes. You shouldn't have done something like that, but I'll ground you for it when we make it home. And promise me you'll never take up gambling, okay? You're smart, but you don't have a knack for playing the odds. I guess not. Arbiter, I'm tired of this stupid world. Bring out your best philosopher. It's high time I provided returns on my daughter's bet. I'm nervous, man. Paved with good intentions. Okay. Socrates? Yes. I have been pondering your request that I bring forth my best. It seems to me that attempting to assign a quality hierarchy to the philosophers in this realm would be demeaning. I have thus determined that when you requested my best, you mean my most challenging. Wait, what? So, on that note, allow me to present you Immanuel Kant. No, Kant, really? Guten Tag, Socrates Jones. Oh god. I could only ever get through the first couple pages of his work. I hope you enjoyed your stay in philosophical kindergarten. For the conflicting methods you have employed to confuse other philosophers will not work here. And why not? No reason. I simply needed to fulfill the prerequisite grandstanding. Grandstanding? Check! Okay. And if you would please explain your philosophy as clearly as possible. Of course, he will not. First, I must counter. We're not countering anything. Counter the unreasoned thoughts of other philosophers. Any truly moral philosophy must first and foremost protect human dignity. Okay. As consequentialist, thought naturally consequentialist. Okay, I understand that. I was like, hold on a sec. Thought naturally violates our pride as men. We must work from an intentionalist grounding. Okay. Give me a moment, Al Jones, and I shall explain. Okay, I think I've got this. There are many things which men covet as good. However, a focus on consequences reduces men to mere means, undermining human dignity. In reality, the only thing that is good without qualifications is goodwill. Thus, we are moral if our will is defined by the intention of doing the moral thing. Okay. And there we go. As you can see, I am approaching this from a different angle than the neophytes you debated before. Okay. The consequences of actions don't matter. At the very least, they are relevant to moral worth. Of course, ideally one's actions would also have positive consequences, but it is positive intentions that are essential to be of moral character. You ready to continue? Let's go. Okay. I do quite like this standpoint. What are my options here? Okay, so just all true moral systems must be intentions-based. Okay. Let's go for our clarifications. Our disorganized society holds many things in highest esteem. Okay. Oops. Whatever. It's completely irrelevant. It's fine. However, a focus on consequences reduces men to mere means, undermining human dignity. I mean that getting caught up in various ends, whether they be happiness, a social contract, or piety, causes one to lose sight of what is most important. They turn our beings into mere tools for an arbitrary goal. Cogs in a careless and soulless machine. I believe you have actually discovered this yourself. Take, for example, John Stuart Mill and his philosophy of utilitarianism. By arbitrarily assigning the status of ultimate end to happiness, the philosophy completely ignores the human's rights and dignity. And Hobbes' idea that good rests in security, any rational person would question how much we must sacrifice to enforce such an ideal. No, all of these philosophers are looking in the wrong places. They are claiming the contingent and ephemeral as eternal without any justification. Mankind must not be reduced to the means of some other goal. Any philosophy that does so has become mired in consequentialism. Okay. Deals with many of the ideas of previous philosophers in one swoop, showing their philosophies to be full of irrationalities. Just think, if your thoughts were as organized as I, you could have gotten here much sooner. Okay. You're a little cocky, babe. Okay. There is no situation which harmony, blah, blah, blah. As a man cannot possibly know the consequences of his actions, it is only fit to judge the will upon his acts. Or which he acts. Whatever. When this will is good, there can be no doubt that, regardless of effect, his actions were moral in nature. Assessing the will is the only way to keep man as an end and maintain his dignity. Huh. So what you're saying is when I tell Ari she can't play games all night because I'm concerned for her, my action is noble, regardless of her response? This is correct. Thank you. Oh, this is the conclusion? No, this is the conclusion, babes. As long as we intend to act morally, then we ourselves are moral. This seems pretty straightforward. It does. But how do we know whether the intended course of action is moral? By whether or not it adheres to the categorical imperatives. Okay, so what are those? These things you just mentioned? Categorical imperatives. What are they exactly? Indeed, I don't believe you ever explained those. My apologies. Categorical imperatives are the moral laws we should seek to discover. But I thought the whole issue that's a focus on a consequence. And he said we don't do that. If we intend to always do the moral thing, we must develop rules or maxims to shape our actions. But you said that's wrong. There are certain actions which we must always avoid, other actions we should take at every opportunity. These ideas form rules we must follow at all times, regardless of emotion or consequence. These rules are categorical imperatives. Apologies, I was momentarily distracted by your beard. It is unsightly. Thank you. Hey, the goatee is one of the few cool things about my dad. Oh, thanks, I guess. Personally, I always liked the sweater vest. Thank you! Well, regardless of how you all feel about my beard or sweater vest, I have questions for you, Kant. Of course, ask away. Okay. So we're just going to go through the clarifications. Morality of an action stems from the rules which govern it. But now this causes issues, babes. Like, part of me wants to read what he's saying, but the other part of me is like, I don't buy it. There are certain things that are clearly always wrong when the maxim behind them is examined. Do you have an example? Lying is an example. To lie is to spread deceit among men. By a lie, a man annihilates his dignity as a man. Thus, one should never lie, ever. Okay. Okay, so what actions do you think? Certain actions are clearly always good and should be followed. But what actions would you say? Helping a dying man. By attempting to render such assistance, one respects human dignity. Thus, one should always make the attempt. Ha! See, Dad? Kant also thinks I did the right thing. I thought you weren't much of a Kant fan. Validation is always nice, even if it comes in a confusing package. What if you have to lie to save the dead man? I still don't like your rules. The maxims which we can deem to be imperatives must be treated as if they are laws of nature. Even if in a specific situation the outcome may seem personally painful, we have no choice but to follow them. One cannot simply choose to ignore gravity. I can. My metaphor still works. When we deem some maxim to be moral, we must follow it. For if we do not, then the power of the idea is undermined and no good can come from it. These idea forms rules we must follow. I know there's actually nothing. This is gonna be wrong, but okay, what is this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh wait, do I have an ABC or is it ABCD? Whoop, doop, doop. Okay, 3. Okay, so I did 2A. That was wrong. What's this? As he said, like, actions we should be avoiding is lying because it's categorically immoral. But we should take at every opportunity, like helping a dead man. Or dying, sorry. These ideas form rules we must follow at all times, regardless of emotion or consequence. So this is where I'm having issues. Regardless of emotion or consequence. Because if it has to be intention-based, you have to be... It's wrong. It's the emotions.
Nonsense!
I'm not convinced we should always follow this rule. There may be cases when helping a dying man would be wrong. Like what? Well, like, what if the dying man was the Joker? Though, he doesn't know who that is. No. Batman would never let the Joker die. Even he would think you should step in. Indeed, Batman would be ashamed of you for suggesting otherwise. Okay, I retract my counterpoint. What? I know some other people in history you could use other than a fake person.
Nonsense!
You claim we should never lie, correct? Telling the truth is a categorical imperative. Indeed, it is the prime example of one. Right, and you also claim that we must follow the imperatives without fail, right? Correct. Well, that's interesting, because using only those two facts, we're already in a worrisome place. Oh? I will admit that in most situations, lying is not the most moral of choices, but there's no denying there are some choices when the truth can be deadly. Situations where lying would be the better thing to do. It's true. Let's say one was sheltering fugitives from an oppressive regime, keeping them hidden from the forces which would persecute them. Yes! It seems to me that keeping them hidden is clearly the right choice. But you're gonna tell us that we have to tell everybody? This strikes me as empirically wrong. Ah! Nix gone wieder, but I don't know how to say that. Nix gone wieder beide. What does that even mean? Oh, we're gonna take a quick German lesson. Nix gone wieder beide. Nix gone. It says not again, please. I'm obsessed. We're gonna do this again, babes. Right. You can swear in German all you want, but I have a point. Earlier, you stated anything that needs qualification can't be the origin of morality, but your prime example of an imperative just demanded qualification. Well, what do you have to say for that? Doesn't the intention to protect people also have value? Even from your perspective? Your law seems far more universal. Oh, far from universal.
Nonsense!
Excuse me, I have to take my morning walk. I think we won. He just walked off. He does that sometimes. Do not worry. Oh, you're back. Indeed, my morning walk is completed. Morning walk, chop! Is there even morning in the intelligible realm? No, there isn't. It is unacceptable. But regardless, back on task. Socrates Jones, the counterpoint you gave earlier was false. That one should not lie still stands as universal. Despite your objections, there is no doubt that to lie in that situation would be immoral. Categorical imperatives stand as absolute, without qualification. But he's seriously standing by his position? Remember, Air Jones? Consequences are irrelevant. It is only our intention that matters. To become too invested in an individual scenario is to undermine the sanctity of thought. Once a maxim fulfills the universality test, it can be accepted as a categorical imperative. At that point, we are obligated to obey it, always. The universality test? Yeah. The method through which we discover and verify categorical imperatives. Okay, allow me to elaborate. Please do. In order to verify the morality of an idea, one must subject it to the universality test. Imagine a world in which everyone follows the maxim behind your action. If a contradiction or irrationality arises, the maxim cannot be moral. And there we go. Explain the universality test. Check. Hold on. What the heck are these things you keep checking off? I have created an agenda. All the tasks which I need to accomplish are presented upon it in sufficient detail. The events of this debate are on your agenda? How is that even possible? Careful planning. Wisdom, Socrates Jones' organized life. And an organized person would be asking me questions right about now. Right. Okay. I've got to find something and quick. I thought we killed it. The universality test. Okay. Can you back this up? We've established our principles must be unquestionably moral, yes? Well, in order to ensure such is the case, we must create a situation where every potential question would have to be asked. Thus, the universality test is required. Okay. Oh, we've got a 3 here. Okay. Imagine a world in which everyone follows the maxim. Essentially, in every situation where someone is faced with a choice where they could follow your maxim or not, they would follow it. That is the world you will be imagining. I just don't buy it. I don't know. Can you back it up? Well, it's an instruction. If you don't understand it, okay, you should explain it better. Thank you. If a contradiction or irrationality arises, the maxim cannot be moral. Yeah, what do you mean by this? A contradiction is a situation in which your maxim defeats itself. This is one way an idea can fail the universality test. An irrationality is when your maxim would create a world that is worse for wear. That is the other way the universality test can be failed. Okay, so now we're at 5. There is a contradiction, then your idea creates problems with itself, therefore it cannot be moral. If it is irrational, then you clearly shouldn't want it in the first place. These are pretty good reasons for these to be grounds to fail the test, are they not? But realistically, they're all moral based and intentions based. No? Not morals and intentions. Okay. Just kidding. I thought I had that one. Contradictions are maxims which are inconsistent with themselves. If an idea, after being applied to everyone, creates situations where people may be willed to behave in opposing ways, then your idea is contradictory. Behave in opposing ways. Talking about like Santa Claus kind of vibes. There is going to be like a will for different paint or opposing ways. Your idea is contradictory. Okay. As a result, it probably should not be considered. Oh, a case study. Let us imagine a world where it was accepted that one should lie for their own gain. As the advantages of lying come entirely from deceiving those who tell the truth, in a world where everyone lies, there are no advantages at all. In this way, lying for one's gain contains a contradiction. It simply does not make sense when applied as universal law. This is just one example. Anytime an idea creates inconsistencies with itself, it cannot work. Yeah, this makes sense then. If it's normal to lie to get things, but everybody's lying. One, you can't trust anybody. But like... Rationalities create a world which is worse for wear. Sometimes the world would clearly be worse off if everyone followed a maxim. For example, if everyone stole from one another, our sense of security would deteriorate. Okay. It would be irrational to will such a world to be. Thus, stealing is categorically immoral. Okay. One cannot will a world which would be worse than this one. Like, they can't be moral while willing that, because I think people can will that. I'm sure they have, and I'm sure they do. Creative rationalities. Like... Hold on, Con, I'm pretty sure. Never lying certainly does not fail this test, Air Jones. However, you delude yourself into thinking it does. What? That's not what I was gonna say. In a world where everyone told the truth, there would be nothing compelling us to be anything but honest. The comfort of guaranteed honesty would, in fact, reinforce itself, encouraging others to be honest. As a result, the rule is clear and could be followed without confusion. Thus, always tell the truth. It does not fail this condition of the test. If you would like, however, I could spell out how lying does. Unless I have already. Ugh, these spiraling debates are so disorganized. But he's already... Where was the big lie one? Contradictions or maxims. Which I did just try and... But, hold on. You said it's about intentional. No. Okay. Okay, so what have I done? We're challenging that one. Challenge that with never lie. also then just do 3B. Did this one. I did 4B. Would it be behind my action? My thing is like the intention of everything. And I think that's where I'm getting steered wrong. Because you're saying, my issue is the lying. Then when this inconsistency be an issue? Rationalities create a world which is worse for wear. But this was like the serial. That was the serial killers would know. If everyone stole from one another.
Nonsense!
Okay, so it does have to do with the intentions based. Jeez Louise. Okay, Immanuel Kant. Let's go, bitch. What's the one thing which, from the very beginning of our discussion, you emphasized above all else? Intentionalism, of course. What we will is far more important than what we make. Right. That's what I thought. And that's fascinating, because checking for irrationality sounds a lot like assessing the consequences to me. You claim we cannot will a world that is worse than the one we have now. But the fact is, the very act of assessing how the world would be gives weight to consequences. You'd think that you would throw this out, but... Oh no, I got a hole here. But instead, you have this as a key step in the universality test. Determining whether your maxim is a categorical imperative is thus a fundamentally consequentialist procedure. This is not on my agenda. It is most impractical. Therefore, it is not moral. But surely you see my point. It's quite ironic, don't you think? That the process which creates the rules for intentionalist ideals relies so heavily on assessing consequences. You talk about internal contradictions being grounds for failure. Well, here's a grand one for you. The universality test would fail itself. Incredible. It seems to me that either consequences matter or your method of choosing ideas is incorrect. So, which is it, Kant? Which part is wrong? Either way, it seems pretty devastating to your ideas. Your thoughts so disorganized. Order. I need direction. I need. Oh, we're breaking them. Have my philosophical constructs thrown into question? Check. You have done an excellent job here. I would be lying if I said you had not given me much to think about. Perhaps another decade of silence is in order. Silence and thought. Auf. Oh, is that how you say it? Auf Wiedersehen. Auf Wiedersehen. Oh my god, why am I blinking? Auf Wiedersehen. I didn't know that's how you pronounce or spelled it. I just know it's until we meet again. Is it over? Yeah, I think so. I guess that's all we're gonna get out of Kant. The end of the road. I was gonna ask how many they have. Like, they've been definitely getting like harder. Well, that was a spirited performance, Socrates. Who would have thought an accountant from New York would turn out to be such a great debater? Thank you. I believe Friedrich Nietzsche? How do you... Nietzsche. Pronunciation. Can't you just give it to me in a phonetical way? Why do I have to listen? What? No. Nyatsitsinche. I'm literally listening to them say it out loud. Nyatsitsinche. So Freddy over here volunteered. A prominent, if sometimes paradoxical thinker, he is often quoted by the angsty teens of your era. Really? Give me a moment, I will retrieve him. Okay. You okay, girl? I don't know how you're still doing this. I mean, look at me. I'm getting tired and I'm just helping out. I know. I was personally hoping Kant's answer would hold up. At this point, I kind of think the nature of morality is impossible to find. What did you say? Oh, I said I kind of think the nature of morality is impossible to find? Huh. Interesting. Unfortunately, while interesting, that description of the nature of morality is also incorrect. Wait, what? I'm very sorry, but the rules state he only has one chance, and I'm afraid that was it. What the hell? My dad wasn't trying to provide an answer. He was thinking to himself. Tell him, Dad. Tell him you didn't intend to make a statement about morality. Dad? He's right. What I said was, in fact, a statement about the nature of morality. I can't deny that. I'm glad you're taking this reasonably, Socrates. Again, the deepest of apologies. I hope you'll be able to make yourself comfortable here. Wait, Arbiter, before you leave, can I ask you one thing? I suppose. Why? Excuse me? Why am I wrong? Come now, your stance is full of holes, Socrates. Of that much there is no doubt. So you've said, but why? If I'm going to be here forever, I'd like to at least understand why I'm wrong. Very well, Socrates, that is only fair. Allow me to spell it out for you. Oh my god, we're going to have to battle him. He is the final boss. You have presented your philosophical views. Your premise is foolish, as morality has a tangible impact. The world is clearly bettered when individuals strive to be better. I see little reason to doubt the existence of some form of morality in our world. And there we go, Socrates. As you see, your answer is flawed to the core. Well, if you don't mind, I'd like to ask you a few questions. Dad, you really intend to challenge the Arbiter? Yeah? Well, listen, I don't know if you forgot this, but he's the Arbiter. I don't know what an Arbiter is, babes. You once told me to never let an argument go unexamined, didn't you? Frankly, we both know I'm clueless about philosophy. For all my bombast, it's only because of your advice that we've lasted as long as we have. But Dad, we've encountered many arguments that looked solid on the surface, but each and every one of them had a flaw. If we don't look closely at this now, how can we not know it's not the same? Examine everything. There's too much on the line for us to forget that now, no matter how scary our opponent looks. Alright, I trust you. Let's go! I confess you have piqued my interest. I suppose, given all you have done, some questions are warranted. Ask away, but do not feel too hurt when you come up short. I think I'm gonna beat your butt. Statement updated. You claim that morality does not exist. Thank you. And where's your backing on that? Socrates, did you not say you're... Yep, okay, you're right. I admit. Yep. Thank you. That wasn't my answer. What you're arguing against is 2 steps removed from what I actually said. You've discredited the non-existence of morality, but I claimed that the answer to morality might not be findable. Well then, those are essentially the same thing. No. One is stating it does not exist. The other acknowledges acknowledges its existence, but merely knowing we will never come to a complete conclusion on what morality is. Everybody's morality differs. So I'm not saying there's no morality. I'm saying you can't define it. See? Even if it were different for each person, as Protagoras argued, there's little doubt we could develop some guidelines for how we should behave. But that doesn't mean what we seek, a perfect definition for morality, exists as well. Morality could very well be more abstract, like faith or happiness. Just because it exists doesn't mean there's an objectively best model. Therefore, I can claim a perfect answer does not exist without throwing morality itself out the window. An answer demands morality, but morality does not demand an answer. Oh! I like it. So, as you can see, Arbiter, the argument you've built is a very effective counter. But it's a counter to something I did not claim. I see. I apologize for the misunderstanding your initial point. I guess it's always important to make sure the person you're debating understands you clearly, huh? So, Dad's position makes sense now, right? Does that mean you can accept his answer? I'm afraid not. His position still has a number of critical flaws. So allow me to explain. Please do. Okay, so I claim a flawless answer cannot be found. Thank you. However, I do not see how this can be possible when there are infinite potential answers. Correct, but doesn't mean one of them is better than the others. Already here you've seen arguments of branches and formulations with possibilities so incomprehensibly vast, surely one must stand as infallible. It doesn't. With this being the case, it is only a matter of time before we find the answer. As you can see, Socrates, as long as the possibilities are infinite, the answer is findable. Interesting argument, based around a mathematical concept, I see. Well, you forgot one thing, Arbiter. I'm an accountant. I deal with faulty numbers all the time. Wow, Dad, I just got shivers. So you already know what the problem here is? Well, no, but I couldn't pass up my one chance to make being an accountant sound cool. Remember when I said I trusted you? Just like 5 minutes ago? Don't make me rethink that. Hey! Being stuck here forever would be bad enough without having made total fools of ourselves. Okay. Do you intend to actually ask me questions? Yeah? I understand if you do not. You've placed yourself in an unfortunate position. It may be easier to just admit to your error. As if. Let's go. Let's get ready to rumble. Okay. We claim a flawless answer cannot be found. I stand by that. However, I do not see how this can be possible when there are infinite potential answers. But why can't it be? Like, what do you mean? The number of possible solutions that philosophers may think of is not in any way limited. There are infinite possible ideas and infinite variations on those ideas. So essentially, no matter how many answers we discredit, there will always be another one on the table. Just thinking about that makes me tired. There can be little doubt the potential answers are infinite. We do know that, but I will provide evidence for this in my next statement. Over the course of your time here, you've met philosophers. These ideas were not variations of one another. Often they would be entirely different beasts. So there are infinite possible answers because there are infinite possible branches. Each branch of the thinking comes from the belief that something is the source of morality, and there are infinite things in the world that could be that source. When we combine or modify these ideas, it is difficult to imagine that we would ever reach an end. True enough. So what's the backing? We don't have support. Okay. Yeah, but what makes you so sure one of them is perfect? Socrates, is the answer not in the infinite itself? Arbiter. Yeah, Socrates. The argument you are making here is quite simple on the surface. I can see why, with so many possible answers, you might believe one of them has to be true. Might believe? Correct. For while I understand where you're coming from, I'm afraid infinity doesn't quite work that way. Ooh, practical magic? I don't think I've ever seen that. Will not lie to you. Huh? I don't understand either, Dad. What do you mean? Okay. To put it plainly, infinite is not the same as all-encompassing. They may sound similar. I thought I was just gonna get there. But the two are actually entirely different. They are. There are infinite real numbers between 0 and 1, but none of them are 2. Likewise, there may be infinite potential ways to try to define morality, but that does not guarantee one of them is perfect. It's true. Even if I cannot prove the answer is out there, probability is surely on my side. Philosophical thought is so diverse, the amount of ground which is covered is truly incredible. With this being the case, surely it seems more likely than not the answer exists. Does it, though? Over the course of my time here, every philosopher I've encountered has claimed to have the answer to your question. However, close examination revealed that, diverse as they were, all of them had flaws. Come to think of it, that's true. Faced with a parade of great thinkers, all failing. I don't know where that came from. All failing to accomplish the same task you have assigned me. My position only seems stronger. There is no evidence that the set of possible answers contains perfection. In fact, it seems extremely unlikely. The fact is, the existence of infinite possibilities does not guarantee a certain possibility is among them. Any claim that it does is simply and objectively false. Now, I guess I can understand the mistake. You are the ruler of the realm of ideas, and not the realm of facts, after all, but as an accountant, I could never stand for such an assumption.
Nonsense.
Socrates, let us aside with the witticisms and return to the basics for a moment. You have posited here that there may in fact be no provable answer to the question of morality. Yeah. You claim, in fact, that there is no evidence to support there being such an answer. Why are you asking so many questions, girl? Relax, Ari. Yes, Arbiter, and in the existence of infinite answers cannot itself be considered proof. I see. Well, Socrates, these are all interesting points, but I believe there's one important detail you have forgotten. The answer has been found before. You claim there's no answer to be found. But history stands against you. The great thinker Socrates completed the task and was granted his wish. His answer had to be a proof for this to occur. Clearly, there is an answer and it is possible to find. So you see, Socrates, the answer to morality is clearly findable. If it were not, the great thinker would not have been able to find it. Dad? He may have me, actually. I had forgotten about the first Socrates exploits. If he found the answer, I can't really argue with that. Then this really is the end? Now you understand why I cannot accept your answer? You agree that continuing this debate would be foolish, right? This is it. Do I have to concede? Even though we came so far? Arbiter,
Nonsense!
We're not old friend. There's still hope yet. Hey, Protagoras. What are you doing here? They're all here. Why? We have come to back you up, old chap. Why? Ingratitude is the essence of vileness. I gained much from our discussion. Now it is time to return the favor. You are in trouble, and the imperative dictates that I assist. Helping a dying man! Exactly. There's no happiness gained from watching a friend struggle. I can be most useful here, assisting you from the sidelines. Good is happiness. We formed a contract to find the answer, and I must follow it to the end. And you Thifro? He's so mad. Yeah. Rest assured the gods will smite you one day. But until then, I suppose I could lend you a hand. Being men, we are all incredibly flawed. Our only hope lies in helping each other. That's actually really sweet. Thank you, guys. Okay, I'm not giving up just yet. This is deteriorating into madness. But very well, I shall entertain you a little longer. Damn right. Back that up. Patience. Okay. Many centuries ago, Socrates came to the current arbiter, claiming he found the answer to morality. This was the last anyone ever saw of him. You saw the stir you created just by sharing his name. I don't need much evidence to show that he was granted an exit. That's fair. His answer had to be approved. It's quite simple. If his answer had not been determined correct... There is an answer and it's possible to be found. No. Okay. I thought maybe. The answer had to be approved. Do you think it could be this with that? Because I feel like it's like sentient, you're a sentient being. No. Okay. We're at 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, wait, there's a D. Okay, so I used D on 2 and 3. But history stands against you. The great thinker completed the task and was granted his wish. No. Wait, am I supposed to die from this? Hold on. Give me one more chance and no! I have given you more than enough chances. Those chances have now worn themselves through. I hope you will be able to make yourself comfortable here. This is your final stop. Goodbye, Socrates. Had taken a more focused approach. Maybe if... It doesn't have to be, babes. We're gonna go right back. It's okay. We're going right back. We're going right back. Answer to be found. No, stop hitting that one. Hit this one. granted his wish. The answer had to be approved. Which is why I think... Clearly there's an answer. It's possible to find. Oh, you know what? Your face is ugly. You look like a monkey's butthole. Socrates, do you really think this is a good idea? Yeah? Well then, perhaps it is time for a harsh wake-up call. The time has come. Oh. He does not like your face is a baboon. Good to know. It's got to do with the first one. It has to do something with Socrates here. No. Really? This answer had to be approved for this to occur. But it has nothing to do with working together or making a bad judgment. Clearly, there is an answer. What? Really, it has nothing to do with sentient people, like sentient beings, being flawed. Are we sure? Like, what? This one I just haven't gotten there. I feel like it has to be, because either it's this, which it's not, so it has to be the last statement. But what for the last statement? Clearly, there is an answer, and it's possible to find. And I have the first three. Like, unless they were working together. Like, that's my only thinking, is that they were working to know. Which one is that one? What? If it's actually gonna be the butt, like you look like a butt. What? I've gone through all my arguments. Sorry, I just got this like huge wave of nausea. Okay. Okay, Socrates. I think I see what is wrong here. You'll have to dig back for this one. Way, way back. Okay. I have to dig back. Oh, we've got a new statement. There we go. The arbiters. There we go. I was like, it has to be somebody as flawed. I should have known there should have been a fifth. Oh, what now, Socrates? You claim that we can be sure that Socrates found the answer, correct? And we know this for sure because your predecessor verified its validity. Indeed. That's what I thought. Well then, to demonstrate what's wrong with your argument, I'm going to cite one of my colleagues here. Euthyphro! Yes, my child? Do you remember your statements on the wisdom of man? Of course. Human beings are fallible and vain. They make mistakes. Gods, however, are... Yes, that's quite enough preaching, thank you. Now, Arbiter, let me make this clear for you. Euthyphro may have been wrong about where morality comes from, but he was right about this. Human beings are far from perfect. We can never forget this. And, as flawed beings, the answers we formulate will be similarly flawed. As a result, I find it hard to believe that Socrates really did find the answer. What? The fact is, as imperfect beings, we must always remember we are flawed. The moment we go far enough to claim that our answer is perfect, we close our minds. Yeah, it is true. I know from experience. I too have fallen into this trap. Indeed, even the best of us can succumb. For this reason, we must never assume we have the answer. But Socrates, the first arbiter, are both human, or human-like entities at the very least. Regardless, how do we know that their judgment, their answer, was not an error? You've admitted to your fair share of mistakes today. There's no reason the previous arbiter couldn't have made some as well. You can't base the credibility of your entire argument upon an appeal to authority. Very well put, Socrates, indeed. Even I am convinced you could have been wrong all those years ago. Right. Arbiter, if a false conclusion was presented convincingly enough, even your predecessor could have made a mistake, thus leading to the discovery of an answer that was actually impossible to find. It's still possible a perfect answer is outside of your reach. So, as you can see, you haven't proven anything. Very well, Socrates, you have a point. I confess that, even with the backing of the original arbiter, I cannot prove that an answer exists. Yes, I knew it. I knew... However, before you go and celebrate, I wish to point out you cannot reasonably prove that it does not. With us at such an impasse, it all boils down to a matter of potential consequences. Let us assume, for just a moment, that what you have postulated here is true. Let us say for a moment that morality cannot be found. I cannot believe you truly understand the consequences of your suggestion. Let me show you why what you claim cannot possibly be right. Let's go, babes. Let's go. You've just argued we can never be sure of our answers. If that is the case, then there is no point to what we do here. We might as well all give up and become accountants. There is no way we can accept a theory with such horrible consequences. Okay. How could you say such a thing, Arbiter? You have just devalued everything we do here. There is no happiness to be gained from that. I am merely showing the worrisome implications of Socrates Jones's argument. If you take issue with them, you should take it up with him. Wait, just I knew it. I knew you were up to no good, my child. Trying to lower us all to your level, make us into accountants. Oh, shut up, Euthyphro. The Arbiter's clearly strawmanning Dad, distorting his argument in order to make it sound weaker. Dad doesn't actually want everyone to become accountants. Of course not. Oh, good. Thanks gods. Arbiter, you must be getting desperate to resort to such tricks. Even if what you said here were true, the fact that a conclusion is uncomfortable does not mean it should be ignored.
Nonsense.
It does, however, mean we should be wary of accepting it. I must confess, old chap, I would find it hard to believe anything that created such an outcome. As would I. It would be foolish to jump into water so brimming with sharks. Well then, I suppose I will just have to show that there are no sharks, won't I? That the consequences of my argument are not nearly so disastrous. Very well, but first, let me issue an ultimatum. This is your last chance. Yeah, you gave your answer, the game is already over. It is only through my mercy that it continues. And your damaging claims are beginning to wear my mercy thin. If you cannot show why this conclusion isn't disastrous, I will refuse to accept it, as you once refused Hobbes. I find it impossible to believe that the answer would be one that made the search itself meaningless. So again, this is your last chance. Okay? I'll show you once and for all what my viewpoint can stand. Okay, we're gonna save this here. Socrates, you have just argued we can never be sure of our answers. If that is the case... Okay, I get you. We should never assume we have found a perfect situation. Yeah, or solution, whatever. Just ask his opponent to back up his own conclusions. Yeah, you know what? Shut up. Hey guys, remember that one time when I pressed my own statement for backing and it was the right thing to do? Yeah. Okay. And the relevance. I just have to get through it all, guys, okay? We as philosophers serve no purpose if your ridiculous conclusion is allowed to stand. I believe that thought is pretty clear. Clear enough for me to wonder if you're wasting my time. The logic that supports the idea is fairly intuitive, but I shall spell it out. If your conclusion stands, then our efforts to define morality have always been reaching for an impossible goal. Reaching for something that is forever out of our grasp. Okay? And if that goal is impossible, all our efforts towards it is clearly a waste. If your roads don't lead anywhere, what is the point of building them? Easy? Oh, we've got more. With these 2 points laid bare, there can be little doubt that our efforts are useless. With that said, though, I don't think we should forget these points. I'd like to look at them a little more closely. Oh, we added them. Okay, and here's some relevance. Gotcha. As philosophers, it is our duty to seek the answers to questions such as the nature of morality. But if your conclusion was accepted as true, no matter how hard we work, those questions will never be answered. You claim it is impossible to obtain a solution. Okay, that's fair. If this is the case, all efforts to do so are misguided. If we cannot achieve our goal, there's no reason to try. If we can't find a perfect answer, our search is in vain. I believe all of this has been made clear before. But yeah, but now you've got to... Unless we were able to obtain perfection. Must I really? Yes. A perfect answer is the only answer worth pursuing. Perfection is indeed desirable, but it is elusive. It spells out the goal of philosophers clearly in order to show how your conclusion directly harms it. Do I have any questions? Okay, I still have the same stuff. We might as well all give up and become accountants. That's rude. I merely mean that if we cannot succeed as philosophers, we might as well do something else. I've established that it does not make sense for us to pursue something other than perfection. Therefore, if we cannot achieve our goal, we might as well give up and assume a lower profession, of which accounting is one example. Girl, I'm a sassy. There's no way we can accept a theory with such horrible consequences. But you shouldn't have to worry about the consequences. I mean that I cannot accept your argument given the consequences. Accepting your conclusion would have drastic negative consequences to our world here, as I've outlined. I believe this is more than enough reason to reject our conclusion. But, technically, you could accept it. Yes, I suppose I could technically. Then accept it! We are looking for the nature of morality, and your answer is immoral itself. I don't see how it's immoral. 6. Okay, now I've got 6. And I just put my pen away. Okay. Overall happiness? I don't think so. What? No. Okay, I wanted to make sure they weren't gonna... I mean, we were gonna be screwed regardless, but... Okay, so I did a 6... A 6-2. But what about the intentions? The answer is no. Not intentions. Okay, so I did. Oh! Intentionalism. I think it was clarification they gave us new statement. Or was it backing? Okay, there we go. You're striving towards something which cannot be accomplished. But we don't have to accomplish it. No. God damn. What was this one? Okay, now save with those done. We did this Oh, I already wrote that down. 3A. But I thought I did something else. What did I just do? Such horrible consequences, and then happiness consequences. Okay, so that's 6-2, okay, which I also wrote down. But, okay, what if I whip out a mankind is flawed? No? I feel like that's pretty obvious. Oh, no matter what I do... Okay, I still have to go into here and do it. Which is odd. There's no point. Striving in vain. No? That was 2B. That's so weird. I know I did 1A. Oh my god, is it not showing me my actual last? Oh, it doesn't actually show me the last one. So I did a people work together. This, I did a 3-2, I think. 3-2. Cannot be accomplished. And if we cannot achieve our goal, there's no reason to try. But I think there is a reason to try. No? Oh, I actually don't know this one. This one I am... Missed it. Which, like, makes me think it has to be these new points. No way to accept a theory. Okay, let's try this. That was weird. What did I click on that? Oh, I accidentally got the first one. But why do we care about the consequences? That's where I'm trying to figure out. Oh, I already knew that one was wrong. Like, I thought we already discussed with somebody that the consequences don't matter. Didn't we talk to the religious guy about it? When he keeps sassing us? Is it not the last two? I'm definitely not a professional philosopher. Because this guy is taking me out. Also, I apologize if this is horrible to, like, listen to watching, but I'm so, like, we're literally at the end, and I'm very sour that this is just what I've been given. Because I feel like I should be able to use more. Okay, so it's not even the last two. So that doesn't even matter. I think it's gonna be like this. Like, it's something... I haven't tried anything on two, so let's just try with the first. Nope. Okay, we're just gonna go down the line. Again, I'm really sorry. But... I don't understand what that guy wants. What do you want, Arbiter? Do you want me to just... I was gonna say kill myself, but, like, also I'm already dead. So what more do you think you could do to me? I guess we're trying to get our daughter undead. Which, like, is noble. But... I should be able to get some, like... I don't know, man. Okay, we've done that one. Like, am I missing another part of this puzzle? Because part of me says yes. But I don't know what I could be missing. Because we did everything. So 1, 2. Oh. We don't have very much to go. Do I have to be a better philosopher for this? We're like, this is it. Otherwise, he's just getting told he's a baboon. Okay. I only have one other option right now. And I'm afraid it's not right. Am I gonna put my glasses on? I don't even know. I also don't remember. If that helps. I just know I went, I'm getting nauseous, put it on, and then got very... I don't get this. I've done every possible... everything. Let me get the 2 new added. Unless there's a magic 7th. Oh? I just heard a ding. How graceful. Okay. Oh! This adds nothing. Okay, I may have gotten carried away. So you've removed a statement. Can you back it up? Accepting your conclusion would have drastic negative consequences to our world here, as I've outlined. I believe this is more than enough reason to reject your conclusion, but technically you could accept it. Yes, I could, technically. Then accept it. But I think we did this. So So, I have no new information. I have no new clues. I've lost a statement. Let's go talk to everybody. Give me the strength to assist this ingrate. Thanks. Can't let Ari down. I can. I literally had I hadn't gotten him to take away the statement, so no matter what I did, it was wrong, which is kind of bullshit. I think if you get the answer right, regardless of being bullied, like, that's piss off, okay? I think I finally figured out what's wrong with your entire position. Have you now? Remember, you will not get another chance. I know, and I don't need one. This arbiter is the end. Very well, Socrates. Tell me then, what is wrong with my position? It's quite simple, really, a classic fallacy. You are assuming a solution must be perfect to have value, but that's not the case. In fact, such an assumption strikes me as fundamentally wrong. That's fair. I just realized that over half of us have facial hair. You are so right. Kant, I think you are one of the minorities. There you go. I'm not sure how to cope with my distress. Right. Yep. Okay. Thank you. Perfection is a general rule. As a general rule, an unattractive... Oh my god. Brain. Perfection is, as a general rule, an attractive prospect in every field, but things do not have to be perfect to add value to the world. Let us look at art. Even works as great as the statue of David or the Mona Lisa are not without their flaws. But despite their flaws, can there be any doubt the world is a brighter place because such works exist? Oh! Then it's as Mill would say, they are still good because they increase happiness. Exactly. Whether or not Mill's ideas dominate, increasing overall happiness is certainly one way an imperfect work can contribute. But under your logic, none of these works would have meaning. That's the real disastrous conclusion here. There's no happiness to be gained from that. Look at the people around you, Arbiter. All these philosophers came forward with their own visions of morality. Ultimately, their views all turned out to be flawed. But does that make their ideas worthless? Of course not. Their theories have had a profound positive impact on the world. Anyone in my high school philosophy class could tell you as much. Flaws and all, their attempted moral system stands stronger than those created without thought, and the importance of this is palpable. Just because perfection might be unattainable does not mean we should not try. It only means we cannot expect to succeed. This is quite impressive. Indeed, you may truly have it, Al Jones. True, it is our duty to keep questioning, always and forever. For while we can never assume our ideas are perfect, if we don't keep searching, we will miss the chance to find something better. The fact we can never be sure does not mean we should not hypothesize. The goal may be unattainable, but all the progress made towards it is still a fundamental good. In a way, searching for morality is, in fact, the most moral thing you can do. What do you have to say to that, Arbiter? I say goodbye. You're laughing at me? What? Oh, wonderful. You broke the sovereign. Now we'll have to get a new one. No, I'm fine. It's just funny. Funny? Yes, funny. I realize now I've become arrogant in my time ruling this place. I simply assumed a perfect answer was out there waiting to be found, despite the fact that the one I had found myself so many years ago was wrong. And to think it would be you who would put the pieces together, it's humorous, really. What are you talking about? He is not wise because of what he knows, but because he knows what he does not know. That. People used to say this about me all the time. Now, I believe it better applies to you. Wait, hold on, you? Yes, that's right, Protagoras. Wait, what? We were battling Socrates the entire time. That's... Called it! Shut up, Ari! Yeah, I figured it out like an hour ago. An unverifiable claim, but there is no denying this one is sharp enough. Regardless, finding the answer was my greatest accomplishment. I convinced the old arbiter I'd found the solution. I even briefly convinced myself. And as a result, I won the challenge. The arbiter gave me his mantle and told me I was to take his place as ruler of this realm. I took it and became what you see now. But you said Socrates left, and you didn't immediately recognize me as Not you. My friend, why would you go so far to hide your identity? I gave up who I was to oversee this realm. As Socrates, I may have been respected, but I also made my fair share of enemies. I felt that, having found the answer, it was only appropriate to distance myself from all of that, to better guide others towards the truth. Of course, once I realized my solution was, in fact, incorrect, I became determined to goad someone else into finding it, never once thinking that, perhaps, it could be unreachable. In a way, the old Socrates did leave that day, but now, I think you've brought him back. Well then, Socrates Jones, I think it's time I finally granted you your wish. You mean, we get to go home! But wait, hold on, does this mean you accept my answer as true? Am I a pro-philosopher? Certainly not. By your very own logic, you know I cannot do that. I do, however, accept your answer as the best I will receive right now, and I cannot ask for better than that. So this is for real this time. No tricks? He can just walk through? Of course! What do you take me for? Just making sure. Dad, do you know what I'm gonna do first when I get home? What? Sleep. Sounds like a plan. Well then, Hobbes, Mill, Protagoras, Kant, Euthyphro, Socrates Prime. I guess this is it. Goodbye, Herr Jones. You will be missed. Indeed, it was a pleasure making your acquaintance. I will miss you, Socrates. You are almost as intelligent as the original. Oh, that's actually kind of sweet. Thank you, guys. An extra big thank you to you, Mill. Seriously, you are just as awesome as I thought you'd be. I'm gonna miss you. Now, Ariadne Jones. You are going to make this old man blush. Let's not single anyone out, Ari. Everyone here has been great. Except for maybe Euthyphro. What? Now wait a minute. Bye! I've had enough of this weird floating architecture for a long time. Alright, Ari, lead the way. Do you think we're gonna remember this? Farewell, great thinker Jones. See you again in a few dozen years. Nice. So he will go there. He did end up becoming a great philosopher. A pro-philosopher. Oh, we scared the shit out of everybody, huh? Yeah, I guess they thought we died. To randomly come back is probably not the ideal. Oh well. Too bad, so sad.